All right. So welcome back to day 2 of the Open Healthware Conference. We had an awesome day 1, like huge success, everybody. So I just wanted to say, again, thank you for being here. Thank you to our audience, our speakers, our demo tablers, and also I just want to give a shout out to our team who is making this event possible. Some of them you've seen up here. Some of them you've seen at the front tables. Some of you haven't even seen. But a huge, huge shout out to our team. And of course, thank you to the NSF for making this all possible, for paying for all this to happen. This has been incredible. And a reminder to certify that hardware. Our certification is open. Take your phones out. I'm going to pause for a minute so you can snap a photo of that QR code. Thank you for following directions. This is the new healthware certification with our new standards and requirements baked in that you all told us you wanted. And finally, keep those phones ready. You might want this next one too. Don't forget, we have an after party tonight at Open Water. There's their address, 733 Friend Street. So please join us. After this event, we will leave here at 5 and then go see our friends over at Open Water. So thank you so much. I'm going to pass it back to Yves, and he's going to introduce our speakers. Thank you again for being here.
Whoa, let's see. And before she goes, let's give a thanks to our fearless leader here for OSHWA. Absolutely. Of course. Alicia's the best, and she would never do any of this for herself, so we got to make sure that we do it for her. So yeah, with that, let's go and get today started. Super excited to join or to ask our speaker to come join us. So Alexandra Bremmer's PhD dissertation at Cornell towards mixed initiative machines for creative tasks investigates how interactive and intelligent machines can support human workflows during physical tasks, especially fabrication. She integrates human-computer interaction, design, and systems development, working with collaborators across academia and industry. Before Cornell, Bremmer spent 3 years as an HMI researcher at Jaguar Land Rover, collaborating with Cambridge University on AR heads-up displays and driver workload modeling. During her PhD, she interned at Walt Disney Imagineering, with creativity supports tools, Accenture Labs with their task guidance systems. Wow, shout out to the morning. And last but certainly not least, at Toyota Research Institute, doing computer vision. Bremmer's background spans industrial design, where she studied at Eindhoven, artificial intelligence at Utrecht, and then finally information science, where she got her PhD at Cornell, with a CS minor in computer graphics. She is a Cornell PyTech AI in Arts and Culture Fellow. So with that, I will stop talking and allow Alexandra to do that. Very anticlimactic, but you got it. Here. And last but not least,
I think this is an old version of the slides.
oh, that's what we have.
It should be on the drive.
This is the presentation.
On the Google Drive?
No, so it's the final presentation.
Okay, I can also work with this one.
Okay. All right. If something happens, let me know.
Okay. Well, thank you, Yves, for this very extensive introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you here on the second day, and it's an honor to be the first speaker. A little bit about myself. So yeah, again, thank you, Yves, for the introduction. I'll keep it short. I'm really interested in designing AI and robotic systems, making them specifically usable for people. And I just finished my PhD at Cornell Tech, and later this month I'm gonna be starting a innovation commercialization project at Carnegie Mellon University on making behavioral data collection systems more secure and private. And today I will be talking a little bit about documentation. So as you know, all OSHA certified hardware must provide documentation, including design files that allow modification and distribution of those design files. And the more robust and explanatory this documentation is, the better, for two main reasons. So first of all, robust documentation makes it easier for downstream users to build, use, and iterate on a product. And second of all, robust documentation, especially when it's paired with creative design elements and descriptive text, takes on greater amounts of copyright protectability, preventing against misuse. So today I'm going to be talking about a study that is a work in progress, which we've done at OSHA to look at the needs of documentation for reproducibility in a global context. The research question here was, how well does open healthware documentation travel across different contexts? So not just different countries, but also different languages, different supply chains for sourcing parts, as well as variations in local makerspace capabilities. And the approach we took, we thought, okay, let's start with something that is working really well and is adopted by a very large global user base, which is the GLIA tourniquet, which you've probably heard about before. And there was a talk yesterday from DMDM that also talks a little bit about the tourniquet. And I believe there's also a talk later today from GLIA. But anyway, yeah, it's an amazing device, has a really extensive GitHub repo with documentation and has seen active deployment in global environments. The design has been tested and refined over time. And you can see here the tourniquet is on the right, and a key part of this documentation is this Git repo. So what we wanted to know is, what makes this work and what are best practices that we can learn from this and that we can share with our community? And we were also particularly interested in if any local conditions of makers would present specific needs for customizations that we could consider. So the approach was, we had 10 globally distributed makers. All makers, we had the requirement for all makers that they needed access to a 3D printer, a sewing machine, and that they needed to confirm ability to source the parts in the bill of materials. So we were not going to send them the part because understanding the sourcing challenges was part of what we were trying to understand. We gave them the task to complete the tourniquet by themselves and to document the 3 stages of sourcing, printing, and assembly, which also included sewing, and provide written notes and photographs. We did not specify what kind of documentation they should provide because that would introduce additional instructions, and we were trying to understand the existing instructions. The data we collected were self-reports and photos of the fabrication process, as well as workshop notes from a workshop that we held afterwards with all participants. Just to give you an overview, so these were the physical locations of our 10 participants. So you can see there's a very good global spread in terms of, we have participants from North America, Central America, South America, Europe, Africa, and also Asia. And before we go into the data, so I also did the task myself, and I'm a complete newbie to making tourniquets. I actually didn't know what a tourniquet was when I started. But yeah, so I'm based in New York City. The first step was sourcing the parts, which generally I could source everything from Amazon, and it all arrived in a box, so that was pretty straightforward. Then I went to the Cornell Tech lab, which was across the street because I live on campus, to use the 3D printer to print the different parts. The first print, of course, failed, which was completely my fault. It was a 3D printer I had never used before, that someone else had used before me and changed some settings, and I didn't check that fully on beforehand. But after that, and with some help from Claude, the second print was fine, and I managed to print all the parts, which you can see on the right. And then there were various steps of assembly involving sewing, which is my favorite part because I like sewing as a hobby, so I could do all of this at home. So sewing, and also inserting the 3D printed parts, measuring the distances, making sure that it all was appropriately spaced. And I then used some of my own crafting supplies, like my sewing supplies and my leatherworking tools to attach rivets and make everything work. So in general, I feel pretty confident. I have not asked the experts whether my tourniquet is good, but I feel like, okay, I did a pretty okay job. It was pretty straightforward to make this. Yeah, so in terms of our participants, so the data that we collected was very varied. The range, it was a very large range of how many files participants gave us. So for instance, one participant gave us 23 photos, where another participant only sent 6 photos. One participant also made video, 2 participants also made videos, and 2 participants also shared AI chats that they had in order to make this tourniquet. All participants said that they judged their own ability as pretty high, or their own confidence is pretty high, that they managed to fabricate this tourniquet. Here you can see the 10 tourniquets that our participants created. And we first analyzed their self-reported documentation, the self-report of their build process. And from this, it turned out that the assembly part, which was the sewing and putting together the printed parts and the fabric parts, was by far the most difficult part based on participants' experiences. Whereas sourcing depended heavily on location, how challenging that was, and the printing part was generally rated as very easy, even though almost all participants had a first print that was failed, but that didn't affect their confidence in the process or their subjectively experienced frustration. Specifically when it came to sourcing, so there was a mix of strategies that participants deployed. So some participants went to local markets or to fabric supply stores to find all parts, where other participants ordered everything online. One challenge that was raised by participants is that certain materials would have different local names that were not just different from like a language perspective, but the material would just go by a different name. And there were also some challenges in terms of finding the right sizes of fabric because of metric and imperial measurement systems affecting the standards of what kind of fabric was available locally. And yeah, participants sometimes also wondered what kind of tools would be needed because their makerspace was not always fully equipped with everything. So sometimes participants learned later on in the build that they needed something to punch holes, which they didn't really have access to, so they then had to improvise. And we also received requests from one participant who specifically asked for Spanish instructions because that was his native language and he struggled a little bit with the instructions as they were. This is an example of one participant who supplied this picture of glue. So this is not specifically the type of glue that the instructions said that he should use, but he went to a local market in Africa where he was based to ask the vendors for what kind of glue he could use, and they recommended that he use this kind of glue. But he did say that it would be nice to know whether it is okay to substitute this glue or whether he should really use that original glue. So yeah, printing usually went well, but often failed the first time. There was a need for machine-specific adaptations. Again, in all forms of 3D printing, you have to set the settings in the slicing software, which is a little bit different depending on the machine that you use. But most participants relied on skilled peer support from someone in their makerspace who really knew how to do things and could help them. Yeah. In some cases, also relying on AI assistance with these issues. And then lastly, the most difficult part for all participants was the sewing machine assembly. We had one participant who first tried an industrial sewing machine, then gave up and decided to sew everything by hand, and then realized that that was taking too long and went back to the industrial sewing machine, and then gave up a second time and went back to sewing everything by hand. Here's a picture of one participant who ended up going to his wife to help with the sewing part. We had participants who were in areas with a lot of access to tailors who would enlist the help of local tailors to help with the sewing part. But the majority really relied on external help with the sewing parts. And our participants were also not always familiar with using a Git repo-like structure for documenting this kind of process. Yeah, so in general, like, how did our participants troubleshoot? So we saw a lot of participants relying on community external help from their makerspace, from their family, from their friends, or from other businesses or services in the case of tailors around them. Sometimes they relied on best judgment, but they didn't feel very confident in their decisions. So replacing certain straps or replacing certain glue, they did wonder, like, I wonder if this is okay to do, to replace this way. And also, interestingly, we saw the use of AI tools when there was no community support available. Almost all participants told us that their second time would definitely go a lot better. So that's something to keep in mind. These were all novice participants making it for the first time. We then held a workshop where we had all participants discuss along a couple of questions. So the first questions being, where did the instructions feel sufficient and where did they not? Then whether they had everything they needed to complete the build, how confident they were that the finished object matched the intended design, and a broader reflection on whether there was anything in their local context that they thought might have influenced their experience in ways that might be different elsewhere. And the takeaways were that in general, participants all had very high confidence in the result. Some not, but like most of them had very high, 80%, 90% confidence in the result. But they asked for additional visual aids, specifically when it came to the sewing steps, because they said that they were novices and some steps were still a little bit unclear to them because they had no experience with sewing. And some participants also asked for videos and said that this could help them understand the whole spatial shape of the object that they were making. And at times, participants also expected a different organization structure of the documentation files. We had one participant, interestingly, navigating this by completely relying on Gemini for all the instructions, where Gemini was pulling it from the GLIA repo. So that was interesting to see. Broader implications, so even if the documentation works great for experts, there are some challenges and needs that arose specifically regarding novice makers that are either new to the skills or new to the specific build. Makers who have no access to a fully equipped makerspace. So for example, a lot of our makers had to improvise when it came to finding a punch to punch holes for rivets, because this was not necessarily something that was available in their space. Sourcing was challenging depending on the locale, and makers asked for specific examples of substitutions for specific parts that might be available in their local context, or otherwise to have guidance on how critical it would be to use a specific type of either fabric or glue. And then lastly, building without peer support would be very challenging. So a lot of our makers relied on either peer support or AI support to make this. Our study also had some limitations. So it was, of course, a single build study with a relatively low number of users, although we got a good global coverage. And all our users were novices that were making the build for the first time. So the result might be different if we use experts or people who are building this over and over again. And the future work on this project is to build these findings into a resource that can be shared for makers and creators of open healthware projects regarding best practices on documentation, especially when it comes to different contexts. So yeah, to conclude, well, documentation generally translated really well, at least subjectively. All our makers succeeded in the making of the tourniquet. There are some barriers in all three stages of the process, especially when it comes to novices. And the most common challenges were from like language differences, knowing substitutes, and also having access to a community to troubleshoot at points where more expertise was needed. But yeah, in general, it translated super well, and participants were all successful at making the tourniquet. We want to acknowledge a lot of support that we got for this project. So first of all, thank you NSF for making this possible. Thank you GLIA for creating this amazing open healthware device in the first place and all the documentation that goes with it. We want to thank the MDM for attending our workshop and sharing their insights, and of course, all our study participants. And yeah, please stay in touch. Reach out if you have any more questions. That was everything.
All right. So now we will have George Fakas and Daniel Lamb come over and talk about their presentation. So George Fakas and Daniel Lamb are student doctors at the University of Texas Medical Branch, blending clinical training with hands-on innovation at UTMB's Medical Prototyping Lab. Through 3D printing and biomedical design, they work at the intersection of medicine and engineering, developing open source technologies that translate clinical needs into accessible solutions. And with that, I will set up your presentation and allow y'all to come up. There we go. Joe, take it away.
Okay. Nice to meet you guys. Good morning. My name is Daniel Lamb, and I'm here with my good friend, George Fakas. Thank you again for that wonderful introduction. And it's good to be back and see some familiar faces. We already met a few people, and thank you again to Dr. Chassin for giving us the opportunity to present us here. So a little bit of background information before we continue on this presentation. What we do at the Medical Prototyping Lab is we kind of have different physicians that work throughout the UTMB system that come to us with this idea that they want to kind of bring to the market. And our job is to kind of take our expertise in 3D printing, 3D modeling, and engineering and kind of work it into the medical scene and figure out what is the best approach to be able to take their design and bring it back to life. So we're going to continue and talk about one of our case studies with one of our interventional radiologists that approached us with one of their ideas.
Exactly. So today we'll be talking about how we had the process of restoring a discontinued clinical hardware through open source. And this specific case study was regarding an MRI-guided prostate biopsy. So a little background about what is prostate cancer in general. So every year, there are over 300,000 new cases of prostate cancer, and it is the #2 most common malignancy in men worldwide. So clearly, it's something that's affecting many people around the world. And so how do we figure out whether something is cancer or not? So a lot of the doctors, what they initially do is if they have some suspicion, they'll get a scan. What that scan will do, it's usually an MRI, and it'll show if there's actually any growth or any suspicion around the prostate. But not every growth is bad growth. And so what they do is the next step to actually diagnose whether it's cancer or not is they'll do a targeted needle biopsy. What this basically is they'll take a needle, they'll make sure they get everything situated, and they'll actually get a piece of the cancer or the suspected growth. And then from there, they'll take it to the lab, they'll put it under a microscope and see, is the thing that they're looking at actually cancer? So how are these different methods that they actually get that specific piece? So there's a few different methods. The first one that we'll talk about is the transperineal ultrasound biopsy. What this basically does is they put a ultrasound up the patient's anus and actually will stick the needle in the transperineal area. That is, it's basically between the scrotum and the anus. They'll stick a needle, and from that two-dimensional plane from the ultrasound, they'll try to make sure they can line it up and get a piece of that biopsy. But that's not always the best and most accurate way. So they next came up with a method called the MRI ultrasound fusion. What they did is they kind of overlaid a previous MRI scan as they're doing the ultrasound which helped them get a kind of more three-dimensional shape. But once again, they're still using an older MRI scan, and they're trying to line that up. And so the most accurate method is actually the in-bore MRI guidance. And that's kind of what we're talking about today. What they basically do is they set the patient down on this thing. I know it doesn't look the most comfortable of positions, but they actually insert a needle guide biopsy into the patient's anus, and they'll do MRI scans continuously. And the actual probe with the device and the software will tell them whether they need to go up, down, left, right, in all directions. So we'll kind of talk about the scan right here. So you can see on this bottom left image, if I can see, does this pointer work? Oh, sorry. All right, so this is actually the prostate biopsy guide itself. So you can see they put it up the patient's anus, and it's trying to target exactly where we want it to do. So on this right image, you can see that on the software, they're lining everything up to as perfect as they can to make sure they're hitting everything they want. They don't want to have to make extra holes more than they need to. And so the good thing about this specific method is they also get the other scans because it is an MRI. So you're getting all directions, and if they need to adjust it before they actually insert the needle, they're able to make sure they're hitting it almost every single time. And so I know this sounds amazing. What could go wrong?
So this device that we were talking about was already something that previously existed under the Philips Dynatrim system. They developed the software and the hardware to perform these in-bore MRI biopsies. Unfortunately, after a few years, they decided to discontinue one of the pieces of hardware that is required for the entire system to work. So the problem wasn't that it wasn't clinically valuable, or that it didn't work, or it wasn't efficacious. It was just that the one device that they needed to produce this hardware and perform these procedures wasn't commercially viable in their eyes. It was kind of a side project under Philips that they discontinued over time, and then it ended up becoming an issue where these interventional radiologists kind of began hoarding supplies, trying to make sure that they preserved their ability to perform this procedure for patients for as long as possible. And so that was when one of our interventional radiologists came to us and was like, hey, we have this issue we need to solve. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys an example of what the Philips Dynatrim system looked like, right? So we have this mount here on the left side, as well as the needle introducer and the needle guide. Really, the only part that Philips discontinued was the needle guide and the needle introducer. That was a consumable piece that they needed in order to actually perform the whole procedure. The mount is reusable and sterilizable, so our interventional radiologist didn't need to produce that again. And the software they needed to adjust the needle guide was already available, and it was still working. So we did what we do best. Our response was to produce open hardware, redesign and validate it so that we can hopefully restore access to this procedure to as many patients as possible. And at first, this was a pretty daunting task for us as a small prototyping lab. We weren't sure how to navigate FDA regulations, how to bring this back to patients, but we're kind of going to go through this process with you guys to see kind of what we went through to bring this back to market. And so this is a little bit of a napkin drawing, napkin engineering that our interventional radiologist did in order to kind of show us his idea of what we wanted to recreate, right? So originally, the original needle guide had only one hole in it. And in order to take a proper biopsy of a prostate, we need to take more than one. We need about 5 samples at minimum to be able to accurately diagnose someone with prostate cancer. So why not just add more holes, right? Seems straightforward enough. And then working with the radiology tech, he helped design our new needle guide. So this was matched to the dimensions of the original needle guide as best as possible, with some modifications that allowed us to 3D print this a lot more easily, as well as the addition of the extra needle guide holes. And so we tried our best to make sure we preserved the nature of the needle guide to make sure that the clinical workflow stayed as similar as possible. So again, the only difference between our original 3D printed guide and the original Dynatrim is the addition of these holes. Everything else was dimensionally accurate and dimensionally the same. That way, the software wouldn't be tricked or confused whenever we switch to this new system. The new addition of new holes reduced the repositioning time, meaning that we could take more biopsies in less time, and we didn't have to reposition the needle guide every time. So even though it was a benefit, we tried to make sure that everything in the clinical workflow stayed the same. So the design and materials that we used were really well thought out in order to make sure we streamline the FDA process as much as possible. So we used the Formlabs Form 4B, which is a medical grade 3D printer, allowing us to print medical grade resin 3D prints. So basically what makes this medical grade is that it allows, the resin has already been pre-tested to be biocompatible. It has all the safety and risk assessment research done on it already, so we do not have to do that ourselves, as well as, importantly, it was autoclave compatible. So we were able to take the needle guide and sterilize it and post-process it just like any other surgical tool. That way, we could ensure that this is a reusable product rather than something that would be a consumable. And this is kind of an example of us 3D printing the prostate guide, the needle guide. And again, it was just kind of, this is our first initial prototype using the Form B printer. The Anycubic, sorry. This is just the prototype, but later on, we ended up switching to the Form B printers. But yeah, this is just a good example about like the printing process for those of you guys who haven't seen a resin printer before. So again, our fabrication workflow did not change from a lot of the commonly medical 3D printed products out there on the market. So there's a lot of surgical tools and surgical implants that have been designed in order to be implanted on patients, and we match those designs in order to reduce the risk as much as possible. So again, it's the print and the wash and the air dry and the post-cure that is all common with normal resin prints, and as well as the autoclave step, which is really the important part that allows us to bring this and incorporate this into the patient workflow.
All right, so that was a lot of the heavy lifting. That was, we have the product. Now, how are we able to get this specific product into the doctor's hands so we can actually put it with patients? And so we did what we know best, is asking for help. And we called who we thought would be the best help, Big Brother, the FDA. And so we contacted the FDA and we said, hey, this is our project and we want to know, how are we able to get this through to actually get this in doctors' hands? And they told us there's a few different steps. And one of the biggest things that they told us that we can do to kind of help our claim is to get an IDE exemption, the investigatory device exemption, approval. And they said to do that, something that we can recommend is to do a study risk determination. This is basically showing that it is actually safe. And so there's a few steps to do that. So there's two different processes, and we found this was going to be the fastest way to actually get this to be used on patients. So to show the difference, we had to figure out whether this was a significant risk device or a non-significant risk device. By it being a non-significant risk device, we were able to take a lot of, I guess, not shortcuts, but go a lot more leaps quicker. And so that's what we tried to argue with our case. We wanted to show them that, one, this was comparable to already a legally marketed device. Everything about this was compatible with the old one. It was also just as good, if not better, than the old ones and all the other standards used. The second thing was it was biocompatible. Like Daniel mentioned, all of the resin was already FDA approved, it's autoclaved, everything was following the standard of care for any sort of device like this. The third one was familiar clinical workflow. We weren't changing the software. We weren't recreating the wheel in a sense. Everything was already there. We just had to do one specific change to make this something back in the market. And the last thing to show all of this was to show data. We needed to show that everything we talked about was actually proof. Only one thing left to do, get some studies. But they did not allow us to do it on us. So meet our actual patient zero. This is someone we called Porky Pig. So we had to show, like I said, data that everything that we did was just as good, if not better, than the previous standards of care. So this is us kind of logging down Mr. Porky Pig. And so we had to do some phantom validation studies. What we did was we did two different studies. The first one was on the previous ultrasound methods. We used capsules, and we basically, with the ultrasound guidance, tried seeing if we can pinpoint our specific target of place with the ultrasound methods. And from there, we did our method. We did the MRI guided biopsies with our 3D printed device and showed, were we able to similarly get in that radius, if not even more closer or accurate than the other methods. So you can see in this case, what we did was on the right image, they're actually using that ultrasound to try to find that specific tester that we were had initially placed. And on the left, what we did was we actually scanned it in an MRI to be able to calculate how close we were to those targets. This one is actually going to be the MRI. So on the right, you can actually see the pellets that we use. Basically, whenever they're under an MRI, they glow up super bright, and that's how we're able to really pinpoint exactly where our target was going to be. And so you can kind of see on the left, this is kind of what it looks like in the MRI. You can kind of see the top and the bottom view of the horizontal and vertical to actually see that pellet is lighting up really bright. And this is what we did for the MRI. The way that we kind of talked about how it works is whenever the patient's in the MRI, we'll pinpoint what's our target, and it'll actually print out a report that you see on the right. This will tell us on 3 different axes which way we need to turn, counterclockwise, clockwise, up, down, how many degrees, left, right, how many degrees. So every single time before we even stick the patient with a needle, we're making sure that everything is lined up perfect to make sure we're not doing anything bad. And then after that, what we did was we put it in the MRI and we saw how close we got.
So the initial phantom studies helped us determine that our product was just as accurate, if not more accurate, than the current gold standards on the market. So where do we go from here? And how do we actually bring this to the patients? So the next step of our project right now is to kind of create this this IRB study design that allows us to help bring this to patients through a prospective arm. So we're going to compare it to a retrospective arm. So these two kind of sides of the study help us bring this back to the market as fast as possible. So the retrospective arm consists of like a historical chart review of all of the MRI fusion biopsies that was done in the past. And then we'll do a report based off of how accurate they were able to actually access the biopsy itself and the lesion that they were targeting. And then we will run a prospective arm using the new biopsy guide with the same workflow as the past, and also determine how accurate we were able to identify lesions through that scale. This kind of allows us to show our safety and risk profile without having to go through this super clinically intense long-term 10-year clinical research trial for a product that had already been validated in the past. So again, the first step would be to do safety and risk profile. We had already presented our original phantom data to the FDA in order to make a non-significant risk determination. But of course, with any procedure, there would be some risks. So we need to identify those risks before we bring this back to a global market, and basically show that we have mitigations in place to prevent things from occurring. The study population and statistical plan we have already thought out. We talked with our UTB statistician and trying to identify what's the best way to build this IRB study in order to show clinical efficacy and to bring this back to market as fast as possible. So this kind of goes back to the overarching story of what can we do here. Our role as a maker is not as daunting as it may seem. So even though the FDA regulations and these medical devices seem to have a lot of hoops and obstacles to get through to access to the people who really need it, there are ways to kind of adjust your study design and show and prove to the FDA in different ways in order to bring things back to market to patients as fast as possible. And thank you guys.
Thank you.
So we don't have time for questions, but definitely we're going to have a break soon, so we'll talk to them. Was this a class 3 device? All right, that was a phenomenal talk. So now we're going to have Andrew Lamb come and present their work. Oh, of course, teamwork makes the dream work. All right.
Can I take this?
Yeah, I guess so. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Eve. Good morning. I'm very impressed and also feeling a little bit sensitive after the previous presentation. Thank you, guys. And Alexandra, your presentation was very close to my heart, so thank you for that as well. My name's Andrew, and I am the chair of an alliance of organizations that's trying to build something that we call the Internet of Production. And some of the projects I'm going to tell you about from around the world are projects that I've been involved in, but also projects that I've come across that I think you should all know about. My purpose for telling you about this is that Open Healthware has incredible global potential and global reach. And, but I think we often make assumptions, particularly when we're in one of the tech capitals of the world, obviously Shenzhen being number one, sorry, San Francisco being number two, and one of the open hardware capitals of the world, the United States, along with Canada and Germany. We're in one of these incredible places where technology is ubiquitous and around us all the time. And it ain't necessarily so. We are the weird ones to be surrounded by technology like this. So let me tell you a little bit about the Internet of Production. A lot of it is from my experience in the aid sector. And basically the question of how you scale up local distributed manufacturing. And for the Internet of Production, healthware, open hardware, health medical care devices is a killer app. It is the reason, one of the main reasons, one of the best applications of distributed manufacturing in developing country contexts, because of the impact it can have, but also because of some of the economics around it as well. And then really important thing to remember is that most makers in developing countries make to live. They don't make for a hobby. They don't make because they don't do things openly because they are philosophically aligned with openness. They do it because that's the only way there is. The legal system is not accessible to them. They live in places where intellectual property as a concept doesn't exist, or in places where even if the systems are in place, trying to be able to afford the lawyers that you need is too significant a barrier. But the idea is that we complement mass production with production by the masses and a vision of the future where people can make their open healthware devices when and where they need them, anywhere in the world. I have a bone to pick with OSHWA. The organizers of this wonderful conference kindly accepted my talk to come and talk to you today about incredible projects from around the world on open healthware. And then they had the audacity to bring so many of them to actually be in this room. So I can't talk about them because they're on this stage talking about themselves. So some of my presentation is going to go back over the last decade. But I was going to tell you about open source medical supplies. Victoria, thank you very much. I was going to talk about the MSF 3D Printing for All project. Sylvester, thank you very much. I was going to talk about GLIA, and you're involved in GLIA as well, Victoria, and Jen is speaking next on a video presentation. I was going to talk about Fab Care, and we have Adriana and Enrico here, and we're going to be hearing from them later today. We heard from Alex and Jack from DMDM, and we have Dora here as well. And their incredible work, particularly on the quality side of things. Nathan Parker is around, and he's been working with Helpful Engineering, got involved in distributed manufacturing and the COVID response through that organization. Jason from Breeze Medical, at the back there, some of his really brilliant work in Rwanda. Mike Kang is with me from the Internet of Production Alliance, from an organization called Evolve on Purpose, where we're basically looking at trying to figure out how to scale this stuff up. And there are many more people that I wanted to tell you about, but I'm trying to not talk about COVID-19 because we know about the maker response and distributed manufacturing in COVID-19. I have 5 rules of thumb if you're going to be making products in resource-poor contexts. First of all, the volume of the raw material should be less than the volume of the finished product. So 3D printing a fetoscope is a good use of, you know, it's a good example of it. But locally manufacturing body bags, not a great idea, because the raw material for the body bags is very similar to the final product. So you might as well just ship in the body bags. So you've got to concentrate on use cases where there is a significant volume increase between the raw material and the finished product. There are other things as well around customization, as we'll hear in the presentation, but that's quite a good rule of thumb, because the problem in most of the world is a problem of supply chains. It's always easier to have fewer than 4 materials. In fact, if you can just make something with a single material, that's great. And a lot of the presentations I'm giving you, the examples I'm giving you are like single 3D prints. Really quite important, but difficult for the open hardware community to understand, I would say, particularly in this, the worlds in which I grew up in the US. No electronics. Electronics is not ubiquitous. You cannot get electronic components in most of the world's countries. You just can't get them delivered. And it is such a pain to try and get a hold of them. And then when you get them, you don't, you know, there perhaps isn't the education to actually know what they're about and how to use them. So basically, a lot of the work that I'm talking about has 0 electronics in it. There have been examples of people recovering electronic components from e-waste. I'm not going to talk about those, but there's some great examples. But trying to then get those sorts of devices past quality control for medical applications would be incredibly hard. Better to use open healthware that is not regulated in some ways. There is an absolutely enormous number of open healthware devices that is just not regulated. And they could be IV bag hooks, they could be clips, they could be clamps, whatever it might be. If you can find things that are not regulated, they can still make a big difference. And obviously, why we're here, better if it's not proprietary. But you know, it's very unlikely that some big medical device company will sue you if you're trying to copy one of their devices or repair one of their devices in a refugee camp in South Sudan. But even so, it's better if it's not proprietary. The funding bid that created the healthware program that Oshra and Cornell Tech wrote is an excellent read. And it came up with a form of words that I wish I'd come up with myself 15 years ago when I started on this work. And it talks about the idea of places being too remote, too poor, or too specific to be served by globalized mass production of medical devices. So the first few examples I'm giving you are broken down by this category. So examples that are too remote. Mountains. A lot of my work has started in this space, started in the Himalayas after the 2015 earthquakes in Nepal. And my good friend Ram here was our first 3D printing apprentice. And he's got a great backstory that I can't go into now, but I can tell you about him this evening at the reception. But he's now a ministerial advisor for the new Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation in Nepal, and he's supporting the creation of makerspaces across the country. But we would do things like repair, print spare parts for clinics that would cost $80 because RAM would do it in a day with a couple of prototyping iterations rather than $3,000, rather than getting like the total landed cost of the spare part would be $3,500 and take 4 months to get there from a manufacturer in Italy. So it's incredible impact that you can restore services in a clinic with a bit of on-site 3D printing of spare parts. It didn't sustain, this work didn't continue, basically because a lot of the people who buy the procurement processes to buy the open healthware, you know, they require standards, whether they know it or not, because the procurement officers don't actually know how standards work and that some medical things are regulated and some are not. So there were significant barriers to actually selling these things. We could give them away, but we couldn't sell them. And the other thing is that, you know, increasingly in these places, it can be hard. You're introducing products for the first time in places that, quite frankly, hasn't had budget for them before and can't really allocate budget to buy them because it's the first time. So the question of who pays was a challenge as well. In Syria, we had a 2-year program with my previous organization, Field Ready, where we would repair and make devices in clinics and hospitals during the conflict. So, you know, whilst the Assad regime was still bombing northern Syria. And across all of the 215 repaired items and the 13 new medical devices that were created, ranging from, you know, sterilizer spare parts to inventing a whole new cooling system for MRI scanners using locally made materials, we found that there was a 66% reduction in cost, a 44% improvement in time for repair, rather than using, and Syria is a pretty advanced country, you know, but they still had big delays in getting the medical devices repaired. And 85% of the facilities we worked with reported enhanced care. Now, Syria has an absolutely incredible capability in terms of human skill. So this is a bit of an outlier. You wouldn't get similar results in a lot of developing countries, but I thought this was a great thing. The QR codes, by the way, are links to reports and pages where you can find out more about this. So I've talked about mountains, I've talked about conflict zones. Another place that has places that have terrible supply chains are islands. Small populations over large areas, not well served by globalized supply chains. And in fact, in a lot of countries, like in the Philippines, it is cheaper to ship things from Singapore to your town in the Philippines than it is to ship it from Manila to your town in the Philippines, just because of the way internal shipping costs work. So even if there is a company in your country that might sell 3D printer filament, you might as well just order it from China or Singapore or somewhere like that because it's cheaper. So enormous areas. I mean, the South Pacific covers like a quarter of the planet. It's absolutely huge with tiny populations. And they often have very high levels of education, but all the skilled people migrate out. So a lot of the biomedical engineers in the South Pacific are from the Philippines. And they really struggle with getting spare parts. So one of the interventions that Field Ready did, and here's my colleague, Jean, my former colleague, Jean from Fiji. One of the things we did was create mobile makerspaces that could go around and you know, make things locally, but also using local techniques like welding, using pandanus mats, so like weaving palm tree leaves together to make privacy screens for inside clinics and collective centers and things like that. So it's too remote, too poor, or too specific. So let's look at too poor. Globalization doesn't serve populations that are poor very well. It tends to focus on making rich people richer, you know, advanced technologies more advanced. And so one of the things when we were thinking about, when we were coming up with the idea of the Internet of Production, is we wanted to try local manufacturing of medical devices in Kenya. So the very first thing we had to do is we had to find someone who was capable of doing this. And my good friend Michael Gothogo, he was one of the first people to do 3D printing in that country. And we hired him, and he worked a lot with clinics, 3D printing supplies for them, and then taught people from the Red Cross on how to do this as well. Now, Sylvester will tell you a lot more about what's going on now in Kenya. This was 10 years ago. Michael has had a long career now working in humanitarian supply chains. But why did we choose health items for a local manufacturing trial? It's because healthware is high value, low volume. We're not making key rings here. We're not really looking for mass production. We're often looking for very small quantities at a time, but they're high value in the sense that, like, you're competing with incredible prices, perhaps coming from the private sector, and the cost of shipping. So you can make a lot of money on a single 3D print. Simply, you know, if something costs $5 to print, but your competitor is selling something for $100, you can price yours at $95, still win the bid and make $90. That's a livelihood. So there's, although unfortunately in the open healthware movement, we do tend to emphasize how cheap things are to make, and then we can't price things properly. So yeah, if the customer finds out that the thing actually costs only $5, they get a bit annoyed if you paid $95 for it. So we have to be sensitive to some of that. The demand, like most demands, the demand for healthware is highly distributed across a country, clinics all over the place, but usually health supplies are centrally procured in most countries that have public health systems. And so they have to ship things in often from other countries and then figure out how to distribute them. And those distribution channels, whether you're in a war zone or a poor country or in the mountains or the islands, those supply chains can be the most expensive part of the process. So what you find is like initiatives like making very, very simple single 3D print implements goes down very well in places like Kenya. And our report from that project is on the QR code. But local manufacturing is a place to start. The question is, how do you scale up? So we started doing distributed manufacturing trials. And this was the idea of making thousands of items across networks of makers and maker spaces. And we did a trial for this in Ghana, South Africa, and Kenya. And the motivation here was really about increasing access and availability rather than cost. So we used this to test whether maker spaces could be viable places for doing quality inspections, to test contracts and payment systems. Payment systems were a nightmare because you're working across countries, across currencies, across platforms. So a lot of the makers we worked with, they don't have bank accounts. They can't access formal banking systems, so it's their mobile phone balances that is their bank account. So then you have to be on the right mobile phone network. But also willingness to engage. Like, there's a very serious lack of trust that a contract is worth anything. So if someone says, can you make this for me, I'll pay you, the answer is often things like, well, pay me first and I'll make it for you. But you make it for me and then I'll pay you. And then you just get stuck. And people don't trust each other. So will people trust orders that come through the internet was part of the research. But also, there's something about the idea that repairability and appropriateness is important as well. And I'm going to give you, there are lots of projects across many African and developing countries about neonatal care and things like incubators. So the University of Nairobi has a fab lab, and they worked with UNICEF and Concern Worldwide and the Philips Foundation on a big project 10 years ago to make neonatal devices like baby warmers and jaundice beds with jaundice lamps and things. Now, those kinds of projects were ultimately motivated on how difficult it is to repair these things. But what was interesting about that particular project that I want to highlight is that they did a lot of work with KEBS, the Standards Bureau there, and they had to pay a lot of money, and it took years, and basically they didn't get a single thing certified because they had to train the Standards Bureau on what these devices were, because the Standards Bureau had never seen them before. Because normally they're just imported, and then you can rely on external certification. So actually, when you have, in the aid sector, time-bound projects of 2 years, but the certification can take 5 years, you're stuffed, basically. So that was a big problem. And now, a good friend of many of us in this room, Mustafa Daouda, is looking at appropriateness in terms of things like a lot of incubators need to be able to run off solar panels and need to be able to switch from main supply to backup supply incredibly quickly. So building that in, sort of off-grid incubators. And then the other, how am I doing for time? 10, thank you very much. Too specific, places that are, contexts that are too specific. On this stage, we've heard some absolutely fantastic examples, and we can see Make Good at the back here with their wonderful display. we've seen some great examples of assistive technologies. Now, if you think provision for people living with disabilities is difficult in places like this, just imagine what it's like in places like Nepal, in Kathmandu, where I've lived there probably for a year over the course of my life. I've never seen a single flat surface on any pavement. Every pavement on every side of the road is a death trap. Like you can't walk looking at your phone because you need to look at where the latest manhole cover has gone missing. So access for people living with disabilities is a huge issue. And there are huge numbers of initiatives in makerspaces, in universities, all over the world, working on trying to bring assistive tech to make it more accessible. But it's because they're often very, very tiny markets, and markets that often don't have the ability to pay, just like in this country or my country, for very expensive technologies. So appropriate assistive technology. This was a conference I was fortunate to attend in October last year, it was the very first time in 20 years of being involved in this sector, in sort of the aid international relief sector. That was the very first time that there was ever an event that brought together makers and assistive technology experts. And people are suddenly realizing the potential of things like 3D printing, the kind of things that make good at making, like that wheelchair there, that wonderful 3D printed wheelchair, that you can customize to the individual and you can manufacture locally. So that's a really exciting area, but I think it needs a lot of coordination. There's a lot of duplication of effort. It needs a lot of open hardware licenses, so people can discover things more easily. And Ray Mines, who's a colleague of mine in Australia, we're looking at, his PhD is all about how to, unlock this system. So assistive tech is an enormous area of healthware in itself. I would like to say that skilled teams are often the biggest barrier here, and it's the combination of having the makers and the clinicians together, rather than just the makers working with people living with disabilities themselves, which isn't always the most reliable thing. Another huge area in a lot of developing countries is surgical training. In a lot of universities in developing countries, there isn't necessarily a lot of hands-on training in universities at all. Access to equipment is very, very limited. I personally prefer surgeons who've had some practice at doing surgery before they do surgery. There is a challenge, a global challenge that was created by the Intuitive Foundation here in San Francisco, but it was a global challenge that created surgical simulators, open hardware surgical simulators. All the competition entries are published on Appropedia, and they are made around the world to help people learn how to do particular surgical procedures. It was entirely aimed at local production, but it's meant for the surgeon students, the people learning surgery, whoever they may be, to make these things themselves rather than a production process. So it's not quite gone into distributed production, but it's for people to learn themselves. There is an API, there's a database link between Appropedia's database and the OSHA certification database. And I think that's an area that could be developed in healthware as well. Oh God, this story. I'm going to be quick because of time. Procurement is a big problem and the way we procure is often a problem as well. And this is a simple height measuring board. You've probably experienced this yourself when you're a kid, and you go and stand there and the thing comes down and the doctor says, yes, aren't you very good, Andrew? You're 5 years old and you're already this tall. Fantastic. You must eat a lot of fruit and vegetables. I'm just going to name names. Sorry, I can't tell the story otherwise. UNICEF buys these from a company in America. they are shipped between America and China at least 5 times whilst these things are being made. Okay, it's a bit of wood with a tape measure on it. Okay? We can make these anywhere. UNICEF buys them from a company in America. So they're shipped around the world to manufacture them. They then get shipped to the massive warehouse in Copenhagen, one of the most expensive cities in the world, where they get stockpiled, and then UNICEF nutrition specialists, say in Kathmandu, when I first encountered this problem in 2016, they would then order them in order to, the UN provides support to local governments. So they ship them to the local clinics where they are used. So they, 6 months go by, and then eventually the thing gets there from Copenhagen to Kathmandu, because they have to go through the port of Mumbai, and then if you're lucky, it gets across customs in a few months. And then you get to Kathmandu, and then they have to put them in trucks that go, or up to a nearest district capital, and they attach them to a yak, and then they go up into the mountains, and then you can measure the height of a child. The problem was, this is the only option for the UNICEF nutrition experts, specialists, to purchase these devices, because there's a catalog, and you have to choose things from that catalog that are pre-approved. Every smartphone now, you can take a photo, and you can use it to estimate, with a reasonable level of accuracy, the height of the thing that you're taking in. Children love being in photographs. This looks like a torture device. It is the way it is specified in the procurement that they are specifying the solution is a height measuring board rather than the capability of, I need to know how tall the child is to work out whether they're malnourished or not. So procurement has an enormous problem. And again, this is one of these examples of not a context being too specific, but of procurement being too specific. I really hate this product. I want to tell you about a couple of responses quickly. Venezuela right now, the earthquakes last month in Venezuela. What we saw was, as you often see, big international responses, not necessarily the ongoing chronic ones, is crowds coming together. Here's a bunch of links if you'd like to get involved, that will do sort of a maker response. And it's things like 3D printed splints, isn't it, Victoria? That's was the main thing. Now we're moving away from that because we've got an oversupply problem. But there was no sort of database of humanitarian products already set up. There's versions of them all over the internet. So like people have curated databases specifically for a response. Open source medical supplies is probably the best database there is. But again, that doesn't necessarily include, say, all of the field-ready items from my previous organization. It's something we're trying to work to fix at the moment. But there are responses that bring healthware into a disaster response. And I want to talk about COVID-19 briefly. The big challenge of distributed manufacturing of open hardware, health, medical, and care devices is how you match distributed demand with distributed supply. And my colleague, Kat Sellers at Field Ready, led a program in Bangladesh, in Iraq, in Uganda, and Kenya, where we worked with partners, needs list, who mapped all of the demands, needs from different clinics, and with the humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, who mapped all of the, say, sewing machines or 3D printers or injection molding machines in Uganda, for example. And we were able to very quickly work out, with field-ready engineers as the middlemen almost, what can be made where as locally as possible when international supply chains failed. The big issue with this was cash flow, because the international supply chains had failed. So how people need to buy materials, the makers themselves, the tailors making the face masks, they don't have the money, they don't have cash to buy the materials, they don't have savings. So we had to sort of front them money, which is not something additional aid organization would ever be willing to do. So cash flow, and then the brokering, like actually just the pro, Nathan Parker, who's at this event, can't see him right now. He has developed something called the Hardware Manager, which is a way of matching supply and demand. So there's been developments here, but this, we got PPE for 250,000 health workers. Thank you very much for listening. Wanted to give you a taste of the world, of open healthware around the world. My rules of thumb, I think, are challenged by events like this because you see the progress that's being made in technology, but I think they are rules of thumb and they're fairly good starting points. If you want to talk about it more, please talk to me, and my colleague Mike Kang will be around later as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. So now we are going to have a virtual talk by Jen Wilson. So Jen Wilson is the Director of Manufacturing and Design at GLIA, a medical solidarity organization that empowers low-resource communities to build sustainable, locally driven healthcare products. In her role, she manages the design and manufacturing of GLIA's medical devices, as well as the GLIA X GitHub repository. She strives to provide the most comprehensive information on their devices so that others can make and even improve them. And with that, we'll see a virtual talk by Jen.
Hi, I'm Jen Wilson from GLIA. I'm the Director of Manufacturing and Design, and I'm going to talk today about quality assurance in open source manufacturing. GLIA is a medical solidarity organization that empowers low-resource communities in building sustainable, locally driven healthcare projects. We're an open source company, and we collaborate, design, and manufacture our devices, put all of that information on our GitHub repository, free for anyone to access, share, or collaborate on. Quality assurance is really important, especially in open source manufacturing. It's a little bit of the Wild West. There are 10 governing bodies around the world that license medical device manufacturing. The FDA is in the United States, Health Canada is in Canada, and we function here in Canada under a medical device establishment license, which is called an MDL. The other licensing bodies, you can look them up online. But most countries around the world, especially low resource communities, do not have their own licensing bodies, and they tend to follow the licensing that is provided by these 10 countries. So in terms of quality assurance, it's really important in open source manufacturing to have quality assurance because it is such a new field. We really do want the devices to be safe to manufacture and safe to use. We want the devices to be reliable so that people trust us, so that they can depend on the company, on the devices that are being made, and then repeatable so that you can make this device over and over again. It will be the same device. It will be functioning in the same way. But you also want other people to be able to repeat what you've repeated, so that if somebody in another country is making your device without you even knowing it, the instructions are such that if they follow them, they will be successful. So there are a lot of things to consider in quality assurance, and I'm going to start with the materials, because when you're doing your design of your device, you're going to need to know what materials are available and what materials are needed. So the specifications for materials are really important. And the more specifications that you can get and record about your materials is vitally important, honestly. You want to know that the materials are strong enough, durable enough. What is the quality of them in general? Are they accessible? the size that you need, the quantity that you need, the weight, the thickness, length, color, all of these things matter. They're all going to affect your device and the design of your device in one way or another, and the efficacy of your device. So we tried to get as many specs as possible. Just recently, I uploaded our material specs for the tourniquet onto GitHub. Now, these are specs for materials that I found in Canada. They're not easy to find all over the world. But a really interesting thing about the tourniquet is that in Canada, we find it very difficult to access OmniTape, which is a hook and loop Velcro that is on the same surface. So you don't need a separate piece of hook and a separate piece of loop to be able to have it stick to itself. It's got the hook and loop on the same material. It's called different things, but OmniTape is one of the things that it's called, and we use that to reference it. We find it very difficult to source that in Canada. Our Poland office sources it, and it's more easily found in the East, actually. So it's really important to gather all of the specifications of the materials that you're going to need and what you can find and what is appropriate for the device that you're making. So when you're sourcing your materials for your device, the best thing to do is to get as many samples as you possibly can, to get all the specs for those samples, to visit the vendors, to establish a relationship with the vendors. This is all really important in terms of the quality of the materials that you're going to source. In low resource settings, you can find a lot of materials, but sometimes you can't find a lot of the specifications of that material. So this is where web searches come in handy, possibly even using AI. Also, the relationship with the vendor might be really important in this regard, because if they don't have the specifications, they could find them. They could know who to talk to about like where they got the material from. They might be able to get more information from that person. So it is a chain of information that might have breakages in that chain that you could possibly find out by doing your own research online or by establishing the relationship with the vendor. Talking to people in the community to find out where to source certain materials. This is all really important and part of the quality assurance steps that you're going to take in terms of accessing the proper materials and making sure they are the quality that you need in order to make a proper device. So if you can't find specifications for your materials, the next best thing to do is to test your materials. Even if you do have specs, you will need to test your materials. But if you don't have specs, you could do testing and then come up with the specifications for the materials, like in terms of how much force it takes to rip it apart, or how much wear it can endure, or that kind of thing. So testing is really important. You do want an environment where you have a reliable and consistent energy source. You want tools that are calibrated, that are appropriate for the testing. You want to be able to record all of these details of the testing. You need to record the tools that you're using. You need to record the setup. You need to record, all the details around the testing so it can be replicated. This is the whole point of testing. So testing is very important for quality assurance. Making sure that the parts are going to perform the way you want them to perform, that they're strong enough to do what they need to do. There is over testing. I mean, you can take a tourniquet and rip it apart with machinery that is way more powerful than the device itself. It doesn't mean the device isn't going to work at that point. So you need to calibrate your testing based on what you're looking for. We test the tourniquets on a tourniquet tester to make sure that the force that can be created with the tourniquet will be equal to the force needed for occluding blood. So that shouldn't break the device, because if it breaks the device, you're probably going to break a person. But we do also test the device to breaking, because then you get a lot of information there too. What part of the device broke? Where did it break? That's going to inform you as to the manufacturing of your device. Are you over manufacturing it? Is the sewing strong? Is the material strong? Is it breaking at the strongest part? Because if it's breaking at the strongest part, it means a couple of things. Either the strongest part is not as strong as it should be, or everything else is engineered so well, is weaker than that strongest part, but is engineered so well that it's all holding together, and the strongest part is breaking because everything else is so over-engineered. So there's a lot that you can glean from testing in terms of gaining specifications if you don't have them, or finding out what specs are proper for the device, and also finding out, what parameters are needed for the device to work well, and also what parameters will make the device fail and why, and how that device is failing. We'll tell you a lot about the device. So testing is very important. You want a controlled environment. You want ample resources. You want to be aware of ethics, especially if you're in a low resource setting with no licensing body or ethics protocols. Just be as principled as you possibly can. And record the methodology, record the testing environment and all the parameters of testing. This is very important to make sure that the quality is correct. Not just to make sure that the testing is correct, but to make sure that the device is going to work the way it's supposed to work, and also to make sure that you're engineering it to the level that you want to engineer it at. So there are some questions that you need to answer for testing, like what are you testing? So these are the materials, the methods, practices, and procedures. This is the sort of very practical stuff around testing that you can measure and quantify. Then there's the why you're testing. Why are you testing? Are you testing to see where it breaks? Are you testing to see if it works? Are you testing to see if it needs improvements, if it works consistently, if it's safe? You want to problem solve something, you do testing. So these are the reasons why you would test. And then when you would test, you're going to test if any changes are made in manufacturing or in the design of the device. You're going to test if you've changed the location of manufacturing. Is it now a low resource setting? Do you have different materials? Do you have different parameters around using the device, or even testing the device? Might need to be tested again. Has the device regressed? Is there a change in the efficacy of the device that could be better or worse? I mean, both of those things would probably need to be tested, so you can see the difference and why it may have changed. And then you want to do ongoing testing for sure. Batch testing, making sure that as you're manufacturing, the quality is being adhered to. So these are the things you're going to keep in mind when you're testing: the what you're testing, why you're testing, and when you're testing. Very important. So a huge part of quality assurance is processes. There are a lot of processes. There's organization of inventory. This has to do with, where you're storing stuff, how you're storing stuff, how you're keeping track of storing stuff. Then there's the numbering and labeling systems. Again, really interesting how you can number and label stuff. You can give everything a generic number, but then you have to cross-reference it with the actual information. I like to create numbers that contain some information about the material or the unit or whatever it is. So if I'm 3D printing a part, a number that gets assigned to that part would be the month and year that I printed that part. That becomes a part of the numbering system, so that when I look at the number for that part, I can tell immediately what month and year that part was printed in. So you have to come up with a process to number the parts, the units, or whatever it is that you need to number. Labeling systems as well. Like, what do you call things? Do you use a code for it? Do you, have a system that you understand that is your organization to keep track of these things? Physical storage is really important. How are things stored? Do they need airtight, light tight, specific temperature controls? Like, these are all really important in your quality of your materials, and ultimately of the device you're creating. So physical storage is important. Do you have enough physical storage? How do you store them so that they maintain their integrity and are still going to be useful in the manufacturing of your device? Data storage is another type of storage. So this is now non-physical storage, but do you have enough space? Is it accessible? Is it easy to use? These are all things to consider when you're dealing with processes. Manufacturing flow. What's the flow? What's the order of operations? All of this needs to be figured out while you're designing your device and designing your manufacturing flow. It is actually a design. So you have your order of operations, but it can go from different locations, or it can be in one location, but you have to have certain materials at certain areas in order to have it flow properly. So this is all really important. Assembly instructions, really important, especially if it's open source and you're putting it out to the world in order for other people to make it. You need to go over those instructions again and again, have other people look at those instructions, as many eyes as you can get on those instructions, and editing and feedback. This is all part of open source peer review, is having them look at your work and critique your work and give you opinions on it and ways to possibly improve it. It's all very important to take in as much information as possible, so that when you're making this information accessible to other people, you've covered as much information as possible. You've made it as clear as possible, as detailed and as comprehensive as possible. So things will still be missed. This is why more people involved can be better. It also can slow things down, but it can also speed things up. I mean, the open source manufacturing world is not slowed down by bureaucracy necessarily. I mean, if you're under a license, there is a certain amount of bureaucracy, but for the most part, open source is pretty fast. And when you're doing DIY manufacturing, you can make rapid changes in prototyping and testing and things like that. But all of these processes are really important in terms of figuring them out and making a plan and documenting. So I've got packaging up there. That's important too. Like, how do you package things? What's the appropriate packaging? Does it need to be easily accessed? So the packaging has to be easy to remove. Does it need certain qualifications in terms of moisture control and temperature control? Like, these are all to be considered. And then documentation is very important in terms of these processes. Document. So you're documenting all of the specifications of the materials. You're documenting all the specifications of the testing, and you're documenting all the specifications of your processes, like how you're storing, how you're labeling, how you're numbering, how you're manufacturing. So this is a really huge part of quality assurance. Coming up with these processes, having a system that works for you, that you understand, and that can be as efficient as possible. And that could possibly even be transferred as information to other people that they can access and understand as well. So there are some things to take into account with all of your processes. Space is important. How much space do you have? How much space do you need? How much space is there between you and the materials you need to source? How much space is there in the community that you're working in? You know, is it really packed full of people, or is it people really spread out, and it's going to take a long time to get them the devices or the resources that they need. So space is really important. Time is also really important to take into account. How much time do you have? How much time does it take? Can you improve on the time? Can you make the time as efficient as possible? Can you get the product to the customer or the patient on time? Does time need to be recorded for the unit to work properly? Like, time is really important. And then training. So when you're putting processes into place, it's likely that you'll have other people that are involved in these processes. So you need to train them on numbering, on storage, on the manufacturing flow, on packaging. There's a lot of training. So you're going to need tools like checklists and charts and just anything, measuring devices, just anything that you can make that will help other people understand the processes that you're getting them to learn. All of that is going to help you quite a bit. If you go onto the GliaX Tourniquet repo, you will find tools that we've created. There are tools to test 3D printed parts. There are tools to make sure that the measurements when you're manufacturing the device are being adhered to. There's a comprehensive quality assurance checklist for when you're checking the manufactured device for all the details that need to be correct. And there's a chart that goes along with that checklist. So these are some tools that we've created. Space, time, and training are really important in the processes that you're going to come up with, and it's going to help you in the long run to make these processes work and work efficiently and work for everybody involved. The tools that you use in your processes are also very important. There are digital versus physical tools. There are open source tools, customized tools. You want to make sure that these tools are correct for what you're using them for what you need to do, that they're accessible, that they're calibrated, that they function properly. So tools are really important in the processes. They're important in your manufacturing, and the quality of the tools is going to affect the quality of the outcome of manufacturing your device. So that's also an important part of the quality assurance process. And yeah, these are the details that you need to look for in your tools. So one of the last details of quality assurance in open source manufacturing is communication. This is so important. This has to do with being clear and direct and comprehensive. You are going to be using various online tools like possibly open source repositories that have version control so that you never lose your work, and you can always go back and see the previous iteration if you need to. This is a really good way of open source manufacturing. There's also communication that is going to need to happen between you and anyone that's accessing your information. So do you have a help desk of sorts? Is there a point person that anybody can communicate with? You could use digital tools in this regard, like obviously the modern world, there's a lot of AI response now and things like that, like digital help desks. But in the open source world, I think the personability of having a live person help you or communicate with really does help with the trust factor, especially if you're going into low resource communities where they're often distrustful of people that just come into the community. So again, communication is paramount in making sure that you are communicating with others about your device. The processes that you're using, the materials that you're using, the testing that you're doing, all of this needs to be clearly and comprehensively communicated in a really simple way so other people can understand it. Again, the community connection is huge. This is another area of communication that is really, really important. And I'm going to stress again, in low resource settings, community connection is key. You want to connect with the people in that community. You want to ask them questions. You want to collaborate with them on solutions that are best for them. You don't just want to come in and override the community. That is not going to get them to trust you in any way, and they're not going to ultimately use your product or your device at that point. You know, you want to go in and talk to them. So for instance, with the external fixator that we're manufacturing in Gaza, we were collaborating with a university on that device, but the university did not take into account the wishes of the community members that were going to be using this device. The doctors in Gaza wanted certain design changes made so that they could use that device easier. And we were open to making those design changes, whereas our university collaborators were not. So we ultimately disengaged with them so that we could work more closely with the community that we were making the devices for. So we listened to them and we made the changes that they wanted to. We also kept it open source because that is very important to us. And keeping it open source means that this collaboration can happen more freely. And the communication with the community can happen more organically and more genuinely, and that makes that community trust what you're doing and work with you. Another point about communication is that in the world of capitalism and corporations that have licensing and paywalls and proprietary information, they don't communicate that well. They have corporate communications to placate people, to get people to just accept what they're giving them without being transparent, without having a live person to connect with. I mean, we've all experienced this. It's very frustrating. This is something that sets the open source world apart from that closed world that is capitalist and corporate and closed. So in open source manufacturing, it's great to be open with your information, to be open with your communication, to be a real person, to dialogue with the communities, to collaborate. These are all things that are really important in open source manufacturing. So please take it into consideration and adhere to the open source philosophy in this regard. So the open source philosophy is about free access. It started in the software field where you could access original source files, and that has blossomed into the open source philosophy that is reaching all aspects of society and manufacturing, like what we're talking about today. Free to access, modify, improve, share. It promotes collaboration. It allows designs to be improved and keeps them from being locked up in patents and behind paywalls. It frees information in the world so that other people can benefit who might not have the resources to pay for things that are being sold to them. So this is open source philosophy, and yeah, it's really important. I'm really happy to be a part of this community, this open source community of the world. So that is what I have for you on quality assurance in open source manufacturing. I want to thank the Open Source Healthware Association for inviting me to participate in this conference. Please feel free to reach out to me. These are the GLIA links online. GLIA.org is our website. You can find comprehensive information on our devices there. We have our GitHub repository, GLIAX. We're also on Instagram and LaunchGood. Please feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions or if you want to know anything that you can't find online. I'm happy to help. Again, I'm the Director of Manufacturing and Design. I work on the projects for our devices, but we do have a lot of work going on in Gaza right now in terms of bringing in medical delegates and helping with the medical situation there. So please feel free to check us out online and let me know if you have any questions. Thanks.
All right, so now we're gonna take this time to have a quick 10-minute break, and I'll ask that you all come back by 11:25. So go ahead, stretch, talk, connect, and I'll see you guys back here at 11:25. All right, everybody, we'll kindly have you take your seats, and we will get to our next speaker, Enrico. Where's Enrico? We'll ask Enrico to come up. Okay. Perfect. All right, so there we go. Enrico Bassi is a designer, maker, researcher, and innovation consultant. He has been a visiting professor and lecturer in different universities in Italy, Spain, Germany, Poland, and Switzerland, as well as participated in projects, trainings, and events in more than 35 countries around the world, from the USA to Bhutan, from Djibouti to Finland. He's also been a part of the FAB network since 2011, and he coordinated international grassroots innovation and research projects in diversity, inclusion, and sustainability, co-signing solutions with the communities such as careables.org and fabcare.network. And with that, I will bring up Enrico. Oh, sorry. Parfait. Oh, yeah.
I will follow Andrew's example and stay away from too structured systems I feel uncomfortable behind. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Enrico Bassi, part of this project. So, as mentioned, I have a bit of a mixed background, but I've been part of the maker community since a long time, 2011. And during those years, I got the chance to work together with many of the amazing people in this room on different topics. And one is definitely health and care and what can be done in this field with the tools that make us love. This project is also involving many other people, but the main one is definitely Victoria. Victoria Wenzelmann is a research associate at the New Production Institute, part of the FabCity collective in Hamburg, co-founder of Global Innovation Gathering. So another person that is definitely a big pillar of the community. Together, we are trying to understand what can be done in health and care after emergencies. So if there's an earthquake, as we've seen recently in war zones, or very limited resources areas and so on. So we are all aware of the importance of the local production. This doesn't sound new, I guess, to anybody in the room. Very often, local production looks like small things. That could be consumables of machines that might have been donated in hospitals around the globe. And sometimes it's easier for a hospital in low-income countries to get a machine, like a respirator. But it's way harder to keep the consumable going. So this is an example done actually by a group of students of mine to make locally nasal cannulas for babies. And we redesigned the system so it was disassemblable, sterilizable, and producible locally. So again, this is nothing so unusual, at least for the audience in the room. It was interesting to see that you can get thousands of these with a bottle of silicon, and the molds are small to make. Somehow, I think it respects some of the thumbs rule that Andrew pointed out before. But the key point for us, is to understand actually how might we improve the healthcare of people during emergencies. That's a completely different game. And does it make sense to do it closer to the point of care? So not in factories, but in hospitals or actually in the field. So what kind of emergency are we talking about? We are all familiar, again, with what happened during COVID. We know what's going on in Gaza. We know what's going on in Ukraine. But sometimes it's not just war zones. It might be natural disasters like what's going on in Venezuela right now. And again, when there's a global event that impacts many people, volunteers pops up. So in a matter of few days, through people of the network, in particular the people at the FAB Foundation and FAB City Foundation, Thomas Dietz first, they collected the right resources, they spoke to the right people, they set up and kickstart a network that helped out locally. And now, again, there are people around the globe 3D printing solutions, shipping them, donating filament. So this is all great. We've seen it. We know it works. We also know the limitations, but it's definitely a big, big help. Now, what else can be done? This is actually what we are more interested in, because this already works. It's a matter of explaining the challenge, explaining people how they can contribute, and then people in the network, but also outside of the network, are very willing to help if they can. So this project started in the Helmut Schmidt University in Hamburg. This is actually a university for the federal defense. So it's where engineers are trained. There is a lot of public funding that goes into the university and in the research that the university is doing. And thanks to that, there's actually a group working on production and manufacturing. Inside that team, there is the New Production Institute that is actually where we are working on and is also the partner of the FAB City Hamburg collective. So this group is really interested in understanding how open source can become an engine to push forward innovation in different fields. One is definitely health and care. The second big partner is a hospital, again, not connected with the universities before, but it's still the university, it's still the hospital of the armed defense. And the people there, the doctors there, are trained on emergencies because being part of the military, that's something you have to do. So this setup really helped us a lot to understand what are the local needs and get also the resources, the machines, the knowledge, and the technologies to be able to develop something and release it. So because, again, many projects are publicly funded, what's developed there can be more easily released in open source. So the New Production Institute developed different open labs. One is actually dedicated to medtech. That's where we are working, with the focus of producing medical devices, training materials, and diagnosis instruments. The project works strongly on documentation. Speaking with some of the people in the room, it came up more than once that documenting something is not just about releasing the files, as what we were saying before. There's so much knowledge about why people took the decisions of developing things that way that becomes fundamental when you have to modify things to fit the local context. And in cases of emergencies, the local context changed so much. So it's fundamental to understand, if I don't have that specific component, what else can I use and how should I modify the design to keep it, reliable and working. First thing first, we started mapping what was around. We selected more or less 140 different open source projects just to understand what they were covering. It's interesting to see that there's basically two different streams. One is research projects, and you get so many published papers with sometimes limited information on how to make the things. And in other cases, you have the maker approach, where it's way stronger how to make things, what do you need, what kind of tool, what kind of process, and the research side is less strong. So somehow there's two words to merge together when we speak about health and care. You can actually go and have a look. It's open, available for everybody. We tried to collect as much information as possible. Many things comes from Field Ready or other curated collections that are out there. It's just a way for us to understand what was available and what wasn't. So this is actually going to be part of a paper that we will publish soon. So what has been done? Many things were about training. Again, you have to train the doctors to do procedures, but you also have to train soldiers and the people that need to be able to act quickly. So one example, that was the only one I brought because it fit in my hand like gudge, is this. So this is a 3D printed replica of a part of your chest with 2 layers of silicone rubber, one way softer to simulate fat that goes on top, and one harder to simulate skin. This is to train people to find the right spot with your fingers where to use the needle to decompress the lungs if air gets trapped in the pleura, I think it's the English for. So the lung has troubles to expand. This procedure is something that every person that goes in the field needs to learn how to do. It's one of the emergency procedures that you're trained on. And it was actually an interesting production for the lab because we had to produce 100 pieces that will be used again in the field. So it wasn't just about designing the object, it was really about understanding how to get it consistent, reusable as much as possible, with some parts that can be reused more than others, printed in an easy way. So that's why you can find columns inside your chest that usually are not there. So it could also be used as an architectural model if you want to. So this process is really an interesting approach to scale up from a single prototype to a production facility somehow. Another big topic, of course, is how to simulate the body. Interestingly enough, much of the knowledge comes from special effects. So it's not exactly something that was born in the medical field, but because for many years we learned how to fake injuries and weird body deformations for movies and theater. Now we know which kind of silicone to use to get that specific feeling, that specific consistency, the same sensation when you stitch it, and so on. So this was actually an experiment that created the foundations to another project that we are working on. Another example, this came from a doctor request. That's the other part. It's a big objective of the lab to involve the doctors in the hospitals to participate in designing things. This was to help the doctors during operations in the field to keep the hands steady. Hands injuries are actually becoming way more common because of drones, basically. So the way war is done is changing. Therefore, you have way more injuries that might be more common in the hands. This is actually one of the reasons why another part that we are developing, but it's too much in the early stage at the moment, will be mechanical prosthetics for fingers. Because it's getting more and more common as a consequence of war. You all know the project. We use very well-known, very well-documented projects such as Open Flexure, GLIA, and so on, as a way to engage the doctors. So sometimes it's not even to get the object per se, but it is to show the potential to the people that have the knowledge, that has the understanding of the need we can work on. So there are workshops and ways to open the doors to the people, show them what technologies can do, and mainly collect their needs. So the insight on their daily activities is such a valuable knowledge for us, and we try to collect it as much as possible. Another field where the doctors react very easily because it's very comprehensible to them is pre-surgical training and planning, So to reduce, again, time in the operation room, you can plan a lot of what should be done outside of the operation room using anatomically accurate models. So what you see here is the reproduction of the jaw of a person with a tumor to basically model the shape of the titanium implant before getting in the operation room. Again, another good example of what can be done. Last but not least, documentation. So Professor Mariscal is working on understanding how to create documentations that is alive. It's a very complex topic to explain in a slide, and I don't think I can do a good job. But what I know I is working on is to integrate layers of knowledge that goes beyond the sharing of the file. So something very interesting to actually discuss. Also how to capture the attached knowledge behind the development of the project that sometimes get lost in the replication documentations that we are used to. So this is something that will come back at the end, because so far I haven't actually focused that much on emergencies. This is something that has been done for years. It's interesting, it's impactful, but maybe not so focused on emergencies. That has some specific roles. So here we have to take a very complex topic and make it very brief. And I'm sorry for chopping it in a too simplistic way. So emergencies are unexpected, of course, unpredictable. We don't know how they evolve, and they evolve very rapidly. So we need to be flexible around it. That means that every aspect brings some constraints that in normal situations we don't have. We have to deploy things fast, and everything that can be produced locally means it's going to be there quicker than, again, going through the process of producing it elsewhere, shipping it, go through custom and so on. Second point is unpredictable. Because it's unpredictable, the larger is your tool set, the easier it is for you to react. That means that training before something happens is critical. Training and capacity development is not just about what to do. I need to find the right spot to insert the needle. It's also get used to the situations that is not normal in your life. So there is a huge part that is psychological training that goes way beyond understanding how to do this. I might be able to poke a piece of rubber in the right spot if I train 30 minutes with an expert, but I'm quite sure I'm not going to be able to do the same in a war area when I'm afraid about getting out alive, and there's someone screaming. So that's another complex things to handle in cases of emergencies. Because things are changing so quickly, you have to be prepared again. So whatever you deploy should be easy to repair, should be easy to adjust, should be very robust, and constraints sometimes are weird. Like I should be able to load this in a hand luggage on a plane because I have to get there in 12 hours, and that's the easier way to do it. So from those constraints, we thought about some rules that we try to respect. We spoke a lot about this, but to actually get here, we have to figure out ways to put together people that have different backgrounds, engineers, doctors, volunteers sometimes, people working in international disasters. So it's really a complex mix, and you have to enable people to speak together and speak the same language. As a designer, I know that's not easy, because very often I end up to be in a room with people speak with acronyms that I don't understand. So luckily I have Claude to ask the meaning of the acronyms too, but sometimes that's definitely not enough. So how do we put together different people to work together? Again, the revenge of the designer. There are design methods to do it. So co-design is actually a well-known methodology that can be applied. We do that through templates, processes that helps people to cooperate more than fight over ideas. And the key point, always the starting point of every process, is to focus on the need. Everybody jump to conclusions because we love the solution. We are uncomfortable when we speak about problems. But it's when we speak about problems that we really understand how the problems can be solved. So usually what happens is that you ask someone what you need, and they say, well, I need a cheaper sterilizer. No, that's not what you need. That might be the solution, but what you need is to provide sterile tools in the emergency room when it's needed. It really doesn't matter if you do that through super advanced local production of sterile tools that get destroyed after one use, or through a field sterilization. If we narrow down and we jump to conclusions, we lose a part of the design process that is actually properly formalized in many well-known methodologies. So during one of the last projects, workshops we ran, using again this methodology, we got the chance to work together with the CADUS, amazing people. It's an NGO, a non-profit, based in Berlin. They work in many very complex situations. They focus a lot on training. They have great knowledge of the maker movement. They actually have a maker space. They try to reproduce as much as possible within their own capabilities. They work in many different countries around the world. Now, of course, they are trying to understand and they are preparing for Venezuela. And with them, within an hour, we got 5 different, very specific requests to develop solutions. We decided to focus on 2, and I will use the last minutes to explain you what we are gonna work on. First topic, how to sterilize things. This is a big, big issue. In particular, if you try to avoid the consumables. So if you sterilize something, is actually not that difficult, but is to keep it sterile until you use it that becomes way more complex. As soon as you break the chain, the object is not sterile anymore, is not safe anymore. So ideally, we want to figure out a way to create something cheap that can sterilize something, seal it into a reusable pouch that keeps it sterile until it's needed. Not an easy process, but many research has been done in the field. We found many interesting papers from MIT thesis a decade ago to experiments run like last year. It seems to be feasible. Again, sterilizing in itself is not that difficult. The critical part is to keep it sterile. So what we're gonna probably focus on is a way to create reusable pouches inspired by the silicone pouches you can buy for your food, casted into 3D printed molds, done with silicones that can withstand high temperature. This is actually certified up to 300 degrees, if I remember correctly, because it's meant to cast low melting metals. This could be probably reused many times, and the main critical point is how to trigger a mechanism that seals it without opening, actually, the sterile chamber. Now, the next one is a bit critical to show because it includes images that might be unpleasant for some people. So, just so you know, I wanted to let you know before showing. As I mentioned before, training on a neutral dummy or training or actually operating a human being are 2 completely different things, in particular from the psychological perspective. And CADUS knows this very well because a big part, again, because of emergencies, is to do training and get ready in advance. So what they needed were a dummy that was more similar to what you could end up seeing. They worked again with the people that are specialized in special effects, and they work for theaters to create something that is emotionally more impactful, because this is what you might end up seeing on the field, and you have to get used to that. It's, of course, very unpleasant and difficult, in particular. Their experience says when it's about babies or women, the people are trained on the neutral things, and when it's about, again, human beings is a different thing. Another complex area to intervene, still on dummies, is to take decisions quickly. So amputations are not an easy decision to take. In particular, decide where to cut. every situation is different, and you want to save as much as possible because the quality of life of that person will depend on it. But at the same time, you have to be sure that that's going to work, it's going to work properly, it's going to be safe. Again, taking decisions on a neutral dummy is different when you see the bone and muscles and blood as well. So the objective here is really to create hyper-realistic training material. This is being done already. The result is amazing. It works very well. The problem is make it reproducible. So what we are gonna work on is not about making it again. It's about explaining again the tacit knowledge behind the process. So we can share the 3D file. But if you need to develop your own dummy for a different context, for a different kind of training, how do you do it? What kind of material do you use? What kind of process is working and not? Silicons are interesting materials, but with very different properties. So the idea is really, in this case, to focus on how to share the knowledge. Quite likely it's going to be tutorials, training courses, video lessons. We don't know yet. Maybe small, simple objects to replicate. But the key point is, how can we scale this up? This project is ongoing. I showed you some of the previous done things and some of the ongoing things. So if you have any experience or any interest in the topics I showed, both dummies and sterilizations, let's talk about it. With this said, thank you very much.
All right. So next we will have Stephen Applebaum. So Steve is a neuroimaging consultant with more than 25 years of experience developing, integrating, and deploying medical devices for neuroscience research and clinical care. After earning his PhD in experimental physics at the University of California, San Diego, he joined Biomagnetic Technologies, Inc., BTI, later 4D Neuroimaging, where he served as chief physicist. As a systems engineer, he led and integrated electrical, mechanical, and software engineering for the development, installation, and clinical deployment of FDA-cleared magnetoencephalography, so close, MEG systems at leading hospitals and research institutions worldwide. I really thought I was going to get that. His responsibilities included leading IEC 60601, electrical safety compliance, and supporting the company's ISO 13485 quality management system, clinical validation, and FDA regulatory activities. He is the technical director of the MEG program at SSM Health St. Louis University Hospital and principal consulting at EM Neuroimaging, advising organizations on business development, regulatory strategy, and clinical deployment of next-generation optically pumped magnetometer, OPM, MEG systems. Previously, he led technology operations for a national nonprofit, supporting K-6 education, and currently establishing Neuroimaging, a nonprofit focused on advancing open source neuroimaging and medical device development. Sure. I keep doing that, but that's okay. And there you go.
Awesome.
Yeah. There you go, Steve.
Okay, I know I wrote that at some point, and that was way too long of an introduction. Mainly because I'm out of practice on a lot of this. I haven't actually given a STEM-related talk probably in about 20 years or so. So bear with me. I don't know if my presentation skills are as good as they used to be. So I changed the name of the talk a little bit as I've been here over the last few days. And yes, I do, with my wife, as actually the owner of the company, have a small consulting firm that is for profit. But that's not really what I'm here to talk about today, even though it does talk about or does speak to my credentials. So I thought I'd just talk a little bit about who I am, how did I get here, and I don't mean like the plane I took to get here to San Francisco. When I'm presenting, why someone with my background motivated to migrate, or at least some of my work, over to open source, and then when and where vaguely might this work move forward. So this is, you can read this if you want, or you can, I mean, the slides will be available later. I'm not gonna go over all this, other than to say I've been around for a while. I feel like I'm 25, but I'm closer to 57. And right now, again, as most of the work that I do is under this banner of EM neuroimaging. My two primary occupations right now are embedded in a hospital as an interim technical director of magnetoencephalography, also known as MEG, imaging system, primarily used for epilepsy patients. We know we heard a couple talks yesterday about epilepsy, and there are about now, probably in the United States, about 30 of these sites available at national epilepsy centers around the country, and an additional 10 to 15 at research institutions, mostly used for psychology or other kinds of neuroscience research. As an anecdote, in the 80s, I started this in the late 90s, but my predecessors in the 80s used to say that we were right on track with MRI to be a huge modality. That obviously didn't happen, because there are way more than 35 entities doing MRI in the United States of America. And these are worldwide. There are plenty of them in the United Kingdom, Japan, Europe. They are not so many in the developing countries. But the other thing that I do is I consult with Mag4Health, one of these optically pumped magnetometer companies. And I'm not going to talk too much about that, other than the thrust of the core work that's behind all of this is continuing to be developed by for-profit companies. So again, the things that I do these days are mostly systems of engineering, clinical workflow, and working with physicians on imaging operations, a lot of regulatory and quality work, and never did I think I would be doing with Mag4Health business development. So how did I get here? Well, I found out about this entire movement, I don't know if he's paying attention to me right now, by Scott Smith over at Open Water in the back, so definitely go see them. I actually interviewed with them for a job. Still waiting on a job offer, but that's a whole other story. And through them, learned about OSHWA. And again, I want to thank Alicia and the entire team for facilitating a travel grant for me to attend the New York conference last year, where I learned a lot, met a lot of you there, and really started thinking about open source development at a medical device level. So one of the things that I talked a little about anecdotally with people there is my experience working for a company that went bankrupt. I'm not the only one who's ever had this happen to them. Obviously, it happens far more than any of us would like. It tends to be a much bigger issue, and a lot of you are more involved in class 3 devices, where you have clinical trials where you've had patients that have actually had an implant, and then a company goes bankrupt. People have those implants. They want to continue to use them. And how do they move forward? This is, as an imaging guy, not quite as much of a concern to the patients directly, but it does make a huge difference to hospital operations and to the community as a whole. So what ended up happening with my company, not that I owned it, I barely had any stock, it became worthless, of course, is that in the financial debacle began in 2008, and we ended up going bankrupt in early 2009 because we were not a profitable company, unfortunately, like a lot of small medical device companies, even though we had been around in some fashion since the year after I was born in 1970. And so what ended up happening is one of our competitors purchased us, and they helped support sort of a transition to everyone getting a much more expensive customer support contract, and the demand for our materials and the work we have been doing persisted, and to some degree even still persists to this day, but then it slowly migrates to either other modalities or it just evaporates as a whole, although there are still very much many sites, including SSM Health that I described before, that continues to use equipment that is well over 20 years old. So the problem that not only I, but other people who are like me have experienced is medical innovation that we work on for sometimes decades at a time really shouldn't disappear completely when a company does. And obviously I edited this. This is a mistake on our slides. And so 4D Neuroimaging, my old company, went away, but it still persists in the minds of others. So you've heard me talk a little bit about magnetoencephalography. What is it? There's very short answers. This is what I usually tell hospital administrators. It's the magnetic version of EEG, and that we put dots on MRIs. This is a functional technique. It has a lot of analogs to EEG. It is very much not a single sensor technique. It is hundreds of sensors, which is what's required for something called source localization, which is usually used for pre-surgical mapping for epilepsy patients or patients who have brain cancer. And so this is not a requirement, but a heavily desired modality, particularly for neurologists and neurosurgeons. We tried to very much break into the radiology space, and that didn't really go very well. So what I'm going to do now is sort of go back in time and do this very, very quickly to try to give you guys some basic overview of what MEG is, because I've not heard anyone at this conference ever talk about it. But I'm going to do it very quickly. So this is more meant as a reference for any of you who want to learn more about this. And this is from, I believe, a presentation I gave to 100 neuroscientists at Bar Ilan University in Israel in early 2008 when they were getting their machine. So I am not going to read all of this, but just sort of highlight a few things here. That basically, this is a technique with high temporal, just like EEG, resolution, but also extremely high spatial resolution. It's non-invasive, unlike an MRI. We are measuring completely naturally occurring fields off the brain. So these are very, very, very small fields. And basically, what we do is provide to doctors magnetic field maps and modeling to try to infer where sources are. So here's a little diagram of that where we're getting magnetic fields. Combining this with an MRI provides function and structure in this MEG technique. And in a clinical modality, you almost always are doing at least a 1020, if not high density EEG in concurrence with this, as that is what all epileptologists are used to in the practice in the United States, Europe, et cetera. Here are some nice cartoons. If I had more time, I would go over all of this, but basically you're measuring magnetic fields coming off neurons, actually not just a single neuron, of course, but a variety of neurons going down eventually with these detectors and modeling to sources of hopefully epileptic spikes. Now, a lot has changed since 2008, and right now, in particular, many people are talking about connectivity measurements for generalized epilepsy. Back in the 2000s, all we were able really to do was measure and monitor and help assess focal epilepsy. So this is what one of our versions looked like. We used to build systems, my old company. You'll hear me use we a lot. Takes a long time to get rid of that pronoun sometimes. We built these systems of 148 channels and then eventually 248 channels. And these are basically systems that live inside a magnetically shielded room for very different reasons than you might have protection with an MRI. Again, if I had more time, I'd talk more about this, because this is actually not the point of the talk. This is just to give you background. And there are a bunch of coils here that measure those magnetic fields. In turn, they get processed in software, shown as field maps. We have software, and this is all now thankfully open source software, although many of the manufacturers still use closed proprietary systems to do this modeling. And you're able to generate, like I said, dots on an MRI. And this is, again, what waveforms tend to look like. And we do also sometimes measure both ECG or EKG or MCG or MKG, depending whether you're in the United States or Europe. And again, one of the things we used to emphasize a lot was our technique relative to other imaging techniques. I won't go over all of this. Just keep in mind that this technique is a difficult technique to perform in practice. You've got urban noise and the Earth's magnetic field that are many orders of magnitude larger than both an epileptic spike or any kind of evoked response. And I really do want to concentrate on evoked responses because that's where we're going. So again, this is what a system used to look like. I'm just blazing through these to try to get to the point. So our system used to involve very large pieces of equipment that were fairly static and well entrenched and fully cleared by the FDA within a couple of years after I came to the company. This MSR is a magnetically shielded room, the actual sensor, the gantry upon which the sensor would sit, the patient bed, the electronics to process digital and analog signals, utility racks. But the one thing that kept on changing that I worked on a lot while I was at the company were stimulus systems for those evoked responses. So we had, and this is actually probably my old company's most profitable and most purchased accessory, purchased by many labs, both clinical and research, many of whom had nothing to do with magnetoencephalography at all. It was a pneumatic stimulator. And while I don't have great pictures of it anymore, this is a control unit used to plug into AC. And basically, this was a whole system that was pressurized, usually with carbon dioxide, to a pneumatic line, to a flexible membrane that would sit on either a finger, and this is almost always what we used to do, a finger, a toe, or a lip, to map out the somatosensory cortex, which is a really important mapping technique, particularly for those with epilepsy. So I am going to do now another time jump to the 4D neuroimaging users meeting in June of 2007 in Denver, where I spoke at one of the most exciting things that apparently our user community thought of at the time. And again, you can tell, I guess Google Slides doesn't incorporate old PowerPoint presentations ideally, so the graphics are a little off, but the content is still pretty much through there. We wanted to move towards electrical stimulation. And this was actually motivated by a customer in Marseille, who is going to be part of all of this work, hopefully going forward, who had worked with a company in Italy called Micromed, which I think still does exist, making EEG systems. And they had started building an electrical stimulator with the hope that it would not only work well, but could eventually reach regulatory clearance, because most electrical stimulators did not have a market sufficient enough to have anyone invest in getting any kind of FDA clearance or even a CE mark. And again, some of that may have changed in the last 20 years. But the reasons why we wanted to move to electrical stimulation, I mean, we had this great pneumatic stimulator, and obviously, you know, it would go ahead and provide reasonable stimulus signals, but we wanted to move towards electrical stimulation as an option for somatosensory mapping in sedated patients, particularly children, because the richness of the stimulation was much more detailed in the neuronal response. We were able to measure very high frequency oscillations after a primary response, and I'll show you what a primary response looks like in particular. And in particular, there was clear research, which I don't have attribution for at the moment, about why this would be relevant for stroke, which, as you can imagine, was a huge application that my old company was looking to move forward with. The issues why we couldn't move forward with electrical stimulation up to this point have been poor electrodes, compatibility with EEG, artifact associated with the primary stimulus, and the aforementioned regulatory requirements that would be in place. So we worked to build a bar electrode with a third-party company. This was actually the very easy part, even though this is what a lot of our users thought at the time was really the innovation. It wasn't. What was really the innovation was this. And this was the development of a side project of Gian Pietro Favaro, who I had never met in person until my wife and I met him during our honeymoon in Italy in November. We got married in October, but November of 2019. So it took a long time for me to finally meet him, probably because we were doing all of our work in the 2000s before Zoom, et cetera. But he had developed already for their internal work a battery-powered constant current device that was handheld, because of course they wanted to be handheld for their particular use cases. But this ended up, and they had already started doing some of the regulatory work and IEC testing to be able to make this something that we could work with them additionally to work in our MEG systems. So we did a lot of work, and this is sort of the summary of a comparison between, I can really see the formatting is off here, but I alluded to before some of what our users would normally be able to see. This is an overlay plot of all 248 channels, central layout display as well. And this is what a typical non-compliant plug-in-the-wall electrical stimulator would look like. Huge artifact. You could see that after the primary stimulus here, at time equals 0. And again, you can see that there's some weird artifact even before time equals 0. That has to do with some post-process filtering, because we do both forward and reverse filtering. But the bottom line is that while you could try to get a localization out of this, it was very difficult. And what we were able to do with just a little bit of work was generate something that looked like this, which obviously all of our users thought was amazing. Now, this thing at time approximately just after 0 is a slight artifact that is removable by other post-processing techniques, but we elected not to do that and just show the actual data as collected. So as you can imagine, our users were seriously excited about this, and we told them at the time, give us about 18 months and we'll get our CE mark or FDA clearance, and it'll be available to all of you. But as I told you, we didn't know a financial debacle was coming. So where did all this work go? Well, this was never ever used other than with me and a group in Denver and the group in Marseille in a clinical or even IRB setting, unfortunately. So it failed not because of engineering or performance or customer demand and not even regulatory compliance. It failed because of business failure. So one of the things that I took away from that in all of my future work since then is issues with closed design. And so when a company closes or is purchased by someone who doesn't want to continue doing this kind of work, there's no documentation that's publicly available. There's no manufacturing processing to move forward with it. There's no formal support. There's no updates. There's no community, at least for us in the past. All of our users relied upon my former company to drive that community. Without a leader in that regard, there are user communities. I helped to try to persist that to some degree after our company ended, but it was very difficult without that kind of infrastructure. No improvements, and no one can really legally continue, which is actually part of the reason why I ended up, along with the fact that my daughter was dyslexic, moving into education technology for about a decade, because after 3 or 4 years, as I mentioned before, of doing other consulting, I couldn't leverage any of the vast majority of work I had done, including with this electrical stimulator. So what to do in the mid-2020s? I came away from the meeting in New York last year. I was actually there with somebody else who does open source software development in MEG and in EEG, and we're really invigorated by this. So I finally found the time about holidays last year to get on a phone call, or a Zoom call, I should say, with Gian Pietro, and talk about this and to try to figure out like how much of the intellectual property his former company owned versus what he owned. He clarified with some of his coworkers and realized that in fact, he actually owns the intellectual property because the company does not lay claim to it. So we decided, although we have not really done much about this until basically today, to begin migrating the original design with the hope that we can work with people to do redesign to open source. And we're not doing open source because we think this thing should be free, but because any additional work we're going to do, we want to preserve the engineering, documentation, the history, the validation, manufacturing knowledge, and try to have a repository of institutional memory should Gian Pietro and I walk away from this at some point. So we are in the process of forming a 501c3. Because of my time in education, I actually know about nonprofit operations much more than I ever thought I would 15 years ago. We're trying to provision the existing information right now into a repository that people will be able to access. We want to solicit the input from the community, not only the community from which I come, which are clinicians and researchers who've been hearing about me coming back to this field for the last few years, and the number one thing I get asked about is this old electrical stimulator, but also anybody else who might be interested. And in particular, Gian Pietro and I realized that trying to rebuild exactly what he and I worked on in 2008 does not make sense in 2026. There are much better parts. There's a firmware redesign that we know ought to be done, and obviously improvements in manufacturing. So we are going to be already have lined up a couple of clinicians who are interested in testing this again once we were able to rebuild it. Unfortunately, the few prototypes that we had in 2008 and 2009, actually I had a couple in my possession, and through various moves of mine, and because I was in education, I let them go. So I don't even have the old prototypes anymore, which is sad because I probably could have proved very useful at this point. So, and again, the purpose of trying to build a nonprofit rather than trying to build a for-profit company is that we want to preserve, coordinate, and document all of this. We don't necessarily want to own or control all of it. We want a nonprofit to be the steward of things like this. We have there's other work that was done by my former company and former colleagues that we're thinking about eventually folding into this as well. Obviously, we do want to get it commercialized though. And Open Water is a perfect example of a company who has been working on this kind of a business model. There is that pesky issue of 510K clearance and the cost of doing that. Thankfully, I know quite a bit about that, but it still doesn't mean it's free. So we're going to have to try to figure out how that's going to happen. But we're looking for partners. I think at this point, everybody would have to be a volunteer because we literally have zero funding at this point, for a variety of engineers, other people to do layout, firmware verification, et cetera. And we really want to work with academics as well. I'm a recovering academic. I spend a lot of time actually coaching PhD students who are thinking about going to industry versus academia. A lot of people ask me about things they could work on to help facilitate that transition. But where I really want to end with this is that, from my perspective, I'm a child of two medical doctors. They both worked for the Kaiser system here in San Francisco. I'm originally from here. And while they lament that I'm not a medical doctor, and other people in our family sometimes call me a doctor, I really am passionate about medical innovation, which is part of the reason why I came back to the field a couple of years ago. And I don't feel like medical innovation should disappear when a company does. And so we're looking to build an open ecosystem for clinically relevant neuroimaging hardware and software, but there are a lot of other organizations doing software. And we are looking for collaborators. This email address now works. The website associated with it does not, but hopefully will by next week. I have a LinkedIn profile. It's probably the easiest way to get a hold of me. And hopefully, I would have normally left time for questions, but I know questions aren't allowed. So I will probably be still sitting in that corner over there. So if any of you are interested in talking to me about what this is all about, and maybe talking at a slightly less frenetic level, I'll be over there. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right. All right, so the next talk that we have is Sylvester Thack. So Sylvester Thack is a 3D printing advisor with Médecins Sans Frontières and a former co-founder of Make 3D. His work focuses on responsible additive manufacturing for humanitarian and low resource settings, helping teams turn open source design into practical, safe, and locally reproducible solutions. So with that, come on up, Sylvester. Every time. You'd think I'd be better at it, but you'd be wrong.
What did I do?
No, it's not you. It's always me. Don't worry about that. For sure.
That's real.
And with that, I'll give it to you.
Okay, that's better, no? Okay, perfect. There's always technical issues with technical conferences. So I'm coming today a little bit from the middle position, the position of the maker, which I believe I am. I love making things, I like creating things, but also from the position of the large international organization like MSF is. MSF, not NSF, just one point. Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières. That is actually using open hardware. And I'm going to speak about what are actually our challenges in adopting open source hardware and healthware, since we are a medical organization. And what are the good practices that help us to overcome them? So our project is actually called 3D Printing for All. It's our internal project within our organization. We are a pretty big organization. We work in, at the moment, more than 75 countries. We employ around 60,000 people all over the world. And we are focusing on medical response in emergencies, in disasters, in wars, and where the diseases are neglected from the longer systematic perspective. We use 3D printing. We have some very good, very impactful, clinically driven projects. And also many of my colleagues use 3D printing in different ways. We 3D print spare parts, we 3D print accessories, etc. When we started this project in 2023, our main goal was to collect those good practices of the colleagues within the organization and make it systematically accessible for other colleagues. So everybody and all our patients all over the world can also benefit from those inventions and innovations. What we do, we call it 3D printing for all. So we are trying to make the 3D printing accessible for all the professions within MSF. We are not only doctors. I am not a doctor. We are logisticians. We are technical people. We are energy experts. We are biomedical experts, etc. And we believe that 3D printing within the organization has value for all the professions and all the expertise on all the levels, on the headquarter level, but also on the level of the project. So our project collects the good practices, prepares guidelines for the safe and efficient 3D printing, and also distributes the printers to all our projects. Well, not to all our projects, but to our projects, right? Right now we are not there yet. So we have 3D printer in Nigeria, we have 3D printer in Kenya, in Sierra Leone, and in many other countries where we manufacture according to the local requests and according to the local needs. I named the presentation, or I used the word low resource and constraints. This is a landscape in near Bentiu in the north of South Sudan. As you can see, most of the fields are flooded, and you can imagine it's not very easy to work and live in these areas. People and my colleagues that are currently there, they face many challenges. Once in a year for a couple of months, the water goes down, and that is the only time where the trucks can actually drive from Juba to Bentiu to bring the big supplies. Other supplies are brought by planes if they are able to land. Sometimes the plane just comes, the pilot decides that we cannot land and returns back to Juba. It happens many times. This is my office in Nigeria. As you can see, Bat and Starlink, don't need anything else. I was there in the beginning of 2025 as the logistician for meningitis emergency response. And because we were setting up a new base, new office, and we scaled up from 8 planned staff members that's supposed to live there to 30 within 1 week. And it was so hot inside that we could not sleep inside, so we're sleeping outside until we found out that the scorpions are running around, and then we installed the mosquito nets. So these are the settings, these are the environments that we work, and these are the environments that we implement 3D printing of open source, and not only open source hardware. So what are the contexts of 3D printing in low resource settings that I'm going to speak about? First of all, we are talking about disruption of supply chains. Sometimes it's very difficult for us to import items. Sometimes it takes weeks and months for our procurement to be able to deliver things. Sometimes we have equipment that breaks, and we need to fix it quickly, so the equipment will be available for our patients. Sometimes we need something context specific, something that you cannot even buy in the local market. And sometimes we just need to add a little bit more consistency into manufacturing. The local welderman or the carpenter in South Sudan will have different access to materials and skills that his counterpart in Nigeria. So that's why sometimes we print things that don't really make sense to print, let's say, in the US and Europe, but just because we want to keep some level of consistency, sometimes we use 3D printing also for that. Because we work with many colleagues that do not have engineering background, sometimes we need them to literally press the button and have the product ready, rather than run through the full engineering process in the field. That's why we developed a remote quality control procedures. We developed a very simple deployment strategy of the 3D printers and very easy to learn workflows. So we can start 3D printing very fast and very efficiently. This is our typical 3D printing office. Maybe you can recognize some of the items. This was in Sierra Leone, one of our first projects where we implemented this model. We are using 3D printing as a tool. That's a very important thing. We did not get 3D printers to these projects to print a specific product, but we bring 3D printers to enhance our tool set that we already have. So the same like we are buying cars, not to go only from guest house to the hospital, but to go wherever we need. It is the same approach to our 3D printers. So basically to have them as a tool, to be aware what they can do, and then to use them for whatever we need to use them. So we work with open source hardware and open source healthware. We manufacture it. We have two models of manufacturing. One model is manufacturing them directly at the project, so at the hospitals where the patients are. And the other model is to manufacture them in the headquarter level, especially for more complex projects, for projects requiring more materials, more components, or different manufacturing methods. These are items that we manufacture in the headquarter level. At the moment, we have distributed 3D printed items to more than 30 projects, 30 countries within MSF from the headquarter. Our 3D printing for all headquarter is based in Nairobi. We also modify the open source healthware and open source hardware and adapt it to local context. And last, we're also trying to design new things and, if possible, to contribute to the repositories and to allow other actors, other makers to use them to make them. So far, we have used over 500 different designs, and out of that, 350 we designed in-house because we just needed something special as usual. What we learned is that open source is not always accessible. There are several constraints that I'm going to speak in the next few slides that make for us as a large organization who wants to use these items difficult to adopt them. Another thing is there is always the procurement and supply chain issues that we are trying to balance between what to make, what to buy, for many reasons. Our supply chain, and I believe that this is also adaptable for several, other organizations of this scale are not always really set up for making things. We can buy things which are standardized in the catalog, but making it makes it a little bit more difficult. Let me speak about specific challenges when dealing with open hardware. First of all is the file formats, right? Sometimes even in the very simple non-health focused repositories like, I don't know, Thingiverse, Printables, Calc3D and others, we have very great designs. Designs that we can use, designs that we can benefit from, but they are just shared like STL files. We cannot do anything with them if we need to adopt them. And based on the experience, between 80 to 90% of the items that we download from the public repositories, we need to additionally edit somehow. So having them in the closed formats prohibits us to make efficient edits. Another thing is that the other extreme is, I would say, being able to edit, but don't having guidelines for the safe edits. So if I have a clamp that holds two tubes together, and I don't have DIN 912 M6 bolts, what range of bolts can I use to keep the structural integrity? That is what I mean by saying safe edit boundaries. Another thing is, usually when we add up the items, because we are trying to make things as simple as possible for our projects, we literally do the edit in the headquarters and send the G code to the project. So we are talking about edit mostly in the headquarter levels. One of the tools that we are working with to customize the design, of course, we use OpenSCAD, great tool, but we also deployed our own customizer, which is basically a simple website for the standardized item that allows user to set parameters within the range of the safe edits to generate standardized items that can be then 3D printed in our projects. Another challenge is hardware accessibility. So it is literally impossible if we are being some complex open healthware device, let's say open flexure microscope, to buy one bolt there, Raspberry Pi, optics, etc. Those open source projects like Open Flexure that have a model that there are vendors that can sell the kits of all the non-3D printed items make the work for us much easier. So instead of sourcing every component separately, we can buy the kit. That's why we had a discussions at the workshop, and I need to say that I do support fully publishing open source hardware under license that allows commercial use, because this commercial use can allow organizations like ours to get access to those designs. One of the items that I have here on the picture is a refrigerator ballast, which is basically a tool that usually it's like a water tank that you put on the top of the basket in the refrigerator. So when you open the refrigerator, the heat doesn't come in and the items remain colder, like the temperature remain more stable. Apparently, they are very difficult to get. I don't know why. So we designed an item, which is called refrigerator ballast, and it consists of 3D printed frame and ice packs. Ice packs basically available in all our projects in standard sizes. This item is one of the few items that we can call standardized 3D printing items, and we put them into our procurement catalog. So all the projects, even those that don't have 3D printer, can order them using standard supply chains. And that's, thank you. That's something very important, some very important step into getting 3D printed items into those projects that even don't have 3D printer. Because now they have all the specifications in our internal repository, and they can easily contract any 3D printing company or fab lab to manufacture those items. Right now, it is happening in Mexico, for example. So this why we need to transfer we need to transfer those, I would say, open repositories, which are great, into procurement-friendly repository within the context of our organization. Another challenge that we face is power instability. We work in the locations that we are fully dependent on the generator or the solar panel. It's very common settings in our project. Sometimes we have power failures. If we are lucky, we are able to connect 3D printers to the UPS. That's why, especially for context 3D printing, we need 3D printing to be short. Because we know, for example, that we will have 4 hours electricity in the day, so we need to have items that are 3D printed below 4 hours, right? That's why they need to be optimized. And if they implement modularity as a pattern, so instead of printing one big item, printing several small items and assemble together, that can very much reduce our wasted material because of power cuts. Wasted material is wasted time, is inefficient response, slower adoption, and lack of trust. It is still pretty new to most of our colleagues. So because of failures like that, it is bringing more challenges to implement it to further projects. That's why items that are optimized for this setting are much easier to adopt for us than other items. Of course, all these discussions today and yesterday were about documentation. I'm going to add a few more points to what was said before. First of all, we work with people with a very diverse skill sets. We need to be able to provide documentation that is robust enough for the engineers, but at the other hand, it is also simple enough for a print operator in one of our projects to be able to make things, not being an engineer. Most of our catalog documentation runs on FFF principle, form, fit, function. So basically, how does it look? Which accessories is it compatible with or used with? And how to use it? What are the instructions? So we have created our own technical data sheets that are basically following this pattern. It is a tool that our supply and procurement is also familiar with. And so they can easily incorporate it into supply procedures. Some of the products, especially more complex products like the X-ray Phantom that we are developing together with the University Hospital in Olomouc and Prussia Research, we want to track on the product base, unit base. So in some of the products, we are also incorporating NFC or QR codes linked with GDT to be able to monitor its lifespan throughout a time period. This is how our template for an internal product data sheet looks. Very simple, in a way very short, form, fit, function, and attachments if necessary, right? So all the products that we develop, we create this data sheet that is also a basic tool for quality control. In our guidelines, we have several sections. One of the differences between other products that were presented here and our approach is that we deal with a numerous amount of designs, hundreds of them. So we have a product-specific data sheet and then a general QC and testing procedures, guidelines, that are applicable across the wide variety of products. So if there is something specific, it is in the data sheet, but then the general quality control is always in the guidelines. This is a part of it speaking about data sheet check. So we need to check if the data sheet is attached for the critical items, if the users have been properly trained, etc. These are very general things that we have, but it's basically across all the products that we deploy. Responsible making. There are different approaches, and we had many discussions with our colleagues from different expertise how to approach safety and risk management. First of all, risk is always context dependent. So let's say a name tag, 3D printed name tag, can be non-critical item if we are naming the car keys, but can be very critical if we are naming medical equipment, right? So it is always context dependent. We created our interdisciplinary working group that is basically evaluating different applications, and a decision-making matrix which basically guides every product in every context who and how needs to be approved and validated before we use it. We also have some no-go zones, what we never can print under any circumstances. This is our process. So we have 6 steps, from the part request, assessment, design acquisition, production, quality control, and feedback, and upload to our internal and external repository. We also defined a critical part that basically creates 2 paths for every 3D printed product. If the part is non-critical, then the part is very simple. Then the pathway and the workflow is very simple. But on the other hand, if the product is critical, then we need to employ more deeper procedures in every part of this product life cycle. And in hospital setting, in medical settings, for us, the product is always by default critical, unless it is validated otherwise, basically, by a responsible person. So this is something that helps us to make the process fast enough and simple enough for the simple non-critical parts, but also keep enough control for the parts which are more sensitive. This is how the process looks in the more complex way. So you can see all the 6 parts are there, but in some parts of the process, there are different workflows for critical and non-critical parts. What are the main challenges that we encountered? First of all, most of our colleagues, and I do understand it, they are fearing of uncontrolled production. So when we have 3D printer there, how we ensure that only parts that we can actually produce will be produced, right? So this is one of the biggest challenges that we encounter. Another thing is something that I mean controlled improvising. So sometimes a 3D printed part can create an impression that it is actually original part, because people that will be working with those parts, they will not know that this is 3D printed. We will have a nurse in a hospital using oxygen concentrator clip. She will not know, or he will not know that the part was 3D printed. And on the other hand, if the item is using duct tape and zip tie, it is clearly not official item. So using a 3D printed items can create false trust that can reduce the level of caution that we need to have when using them. And one of the last challenges is the level of awareness and acceptance. So we face, one of the biggest challenges at the beginning was that basically people didn't really know what is 3D printing and what 3D printing brings, right? So we still have to work hard to increase the awareness within our project, and then, of course, the acceptance. We have 2 I would say, extremes within the organization. One extreme is that people think that 3D printer is a toy that cannot do anything useful, right? It's just for making funny items. And the other extreme is that people think that 3D printing is very complex, sophisticated device that I better don't touch because I can break it, right? That's why we are implementing one of the strategies. We call it print for fun. So we actually allow our staff within a controlled manner to print items for fun, not necessarily work-related items, nothing dangerous, of course, to become familiar with the process and to understand how the materials perform, how do they look, what shapes we can make, etc. One of the products that I would like to present today is something that we call universal mounting system. This product is actually our most printed product. In general, it is sets of components that are used to attach different medical devices to different surfaces, like hospital beds, like walls, etc. Humidifiers, pulse oximeters, handhelds, and different like ultrasound probes, etc., to attach them to hospital beds, etc. We are printing it from very accessible material, PETG. One of the important things, we print it in orange. Why? This is part of actually our quality control procedure, because we want to very clearly see that this was 3D printed. So people have still aware that this is not a standard item because this color is not very common. Another thing is that we do always provide filaments to our projects in colors that you don't have different materials in the same color. So we don't provide orange PLA, for example. So we know when the item is printed in different color, it means that it's not printed from the material that we need it to be printed, right? So this is one of the products that we do and that I wanted to present. What are the key lessons? So what is super important to have a local champion at the project where we implement 3D printer. And what is the funny thing? The person doesn't need to even know how to operate a 3D printer. The person needs to know what he or she needs, and it can be produced by the 3D printer. The rest are technicalities. In Sierra Leone, we had this IPC manager. He didn't know how to operate 3D printer. He didn't want to know, but he knew exactly what he needed to be produced, and that created a demand and later impact. Also, awareness is a trust, and trust is a key bottleneck. So that is another lesson that we learned throughout the implementation since 2023. Also, it is much easier to adopt a simple, well-documented hardware than a fancy, complex item. And of course, getting open hardware and open healthware in a supply-friendly manner to fit to our procurement strategies is very important. So what are the next steps? Of course, better integration into supply. That is priority number one for next implementation of the project. But also we are thinking of expanding to other technologies like CNC, laser cutting, etc. So we can create like an internal maker space to cover other demand than 3D printing. And also using 3D printers as an emergency response tool for rapid manufacturing is also one of the key priorities for the next steps. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this was my last slide. I think I'm quite on time when I see the timing. You will find me roaming around or at the party today. Thank you for your attention and have a nice lunch.
All right, thank you, Sylvester. So now it's about to be everybody's favorite time, lunch. We've set up some food in the back. Hold on, we're gonna get this out of here. Bet. So yeah, now we go excuse you all to lunch. So if you guys would come back by 12:50, 12:55, start taking your seats, that'd be great. But let's go ahead and get some food. I said 12. I meant 1, but I appreciate that. Yeah, so like I definitely didn't say 12 and definitely said 1 or 1:55. That'd be great. I appreciate y'all.
I just reshared it. Just double check it for me. All right, everybody, welcome back. Hope you had a great lunch. Our upcoming speaker is Cryptastic Hacker, who is a DIY self-taught engineer who is passionate about empowering people with disabilities to have design decisions on their medical devices and treatments that affect our lives. He has a hackaday.io page and a YouTube page where he uploads repair videos and open source projects. His website is cripsrise.neocities.org. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you're all well fed. I am Cryptastic Hacker. I'm going to be here talking about honeybees and bee venom and a whole bunch of other stuff. First, I just want to give a shout out to all the people that worked so hard to put this event together. Folks at OSHWA, this has been amazing. And the National Science Foundation, which grant supports this actually happening. OSHWA also provides travel expenses for people to come to this thing. I live 10 minutes away, so I'm not getting to do some fancy traveling, but that's actually one of the reasons I get to be here, which is really great. I apologize in advance for San Francisco having AI billboards everywhere. We used to have other billboards. You're in the historic Mission District. This is the place I've called home for over 10 years. Check out Clarion Alley. Check out the Mission Cultural Center. It's a great neighborhood. So today we're going to be talking about bee venom therapy. And this is using honeybees to treat health ailments, as well as I'm going to be sharing some open source bee cage climate control designs that I've done. And that's me, Cryptastic Hacker. You can find me online with that name. So first of all, we've got a disclaimer here. Disclaimer. I'm not a doctor or a medical professional. I am what's called a layperson. That term has never been particularly flattering to me, but that's what it is. Please do your own research. Please explore the info out there. I'm just one guy on a stage. Use your brain. I like to say that's the squishy thing between the ears. Question stuff. And I'm just sharing a treatment that has been helping me. So I'm just speaking from my experience. There are inherent risks using bee venom therapy, just like all treatments. Especially if you don't follow the dosage or you're allergic. Please consult your doctor or trusted health practitioner before trying this treatment. And please do not start treatment alone. And of course, if something is wrong, call Ann Phuong. If you're local, you know what that's about. What is apitherapy? How do you even say it? Apitherapy? Apitherapy? Apitherapy comes from the Latin apis, meaning bee. It's the use of honeybee products to treat human health conditions and provide health benefits. A lot of people are familiar with various things that bees create and harvest. Sore throats, if you've ever had honey for a sore throat, that's a form of apitherapy. If you've had bee pollen and the nutrition that comes in bee pollen, and if you used propolis, which is the cleaning agent that bees create to clean their hives, or if you've used royal jelly before, which is what the queen is fed. It's the very pure honey that the queen is fed. People use that for skin health and stuff like that. This talk is not about any of that. This talk is about bee venom therapy. So bee venom therapy is concerned with the venom sac and the ingredients that are inside the venom that a bee has. And bee venom is usually done by a sting or an injection. Personally, I use the stingers myself. This is a breakdown of the stingers. We're all probably, if we've ever been stung by a bee, familiar with the barbed lancers that a bee sting not so pleasantly leaves behind. And what can BVT, or bee venom therapy, help with? So this is a list of some of the ingredients in bee venom from one of the medical studies I'll be sharing later. Bee venom's composed primarily of water, peptides, and enzymes. The primary ingredient that we're mostly concerned with is melittin, which exhibits anti-inflammatory and antiviral properties. This is from one of the medical studies of some of the things that people use bee venom for. And rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, carpal tunnel. You can imagine those would be useful with a strong anti-inflammatory. Also Lyme disease, fibromyalgia, and cancer, certain forms of cancer because of its antiviral properties. But wait, stop. How can Big Pharma make money off this? Not really easily. You can't really like sell honeybees as a treatment so easily. And so there is sort of some effort by some folks to discredit it. Here's an article in Wikipedia, for example, that says that there's no scientific or clinical evidence for the efficacy or safety of apitherapy treatments. Well, that's the end of my talk, folks. Sorry, no, just kidding. So actually, there is both clinical evidence for the efficacy and safety of apitherapy treatments. And in fact, here's a medical study on melatonin, the active component, and its uses against Borrelia, and actually how it's been more effective than doxycycline for treating it, which is the most popular medication for Lyme disease treatment. Here's a study that was done on the treatment of cancer with melatonin. Here's a more recent study on various applications, and here's one from Oxford Medical Journal on Lyme disease treatment as well. These articles are overwhelmingly positive about the effects. Melatonin could have significant effects on all Borrelia, which is the main bacteria in Lyme disease. And evidence strongly suggests there's potential to be a cancer treatment. Bee venom showed immediate and profound inhibitory effects. That's from the Oxford Journal article. There's also been a book studied on biotherapy, or book published on biotherapy. So various medical journals. This is not fringe science. It's like well documented and it's used in other countries. It's been around for a long time. Here's a bunch of medical studies. I've also got printouts of all of these medical studies on the back table and would love to share those, as well as have talk with people after the talk. So my story, this is me in my neighborhood. And so I became chronically ill in my early 20s. I lost my job, my family, my friends due to illness. I could not maintain my studies. I tried everything possible in Western medicine that I could find. I went to countless doctors, tried all sorts of Western medicine treatments, physical therapy, and some surgeries. In 2016, I was dying. I was experiencing severe muscle atrophy. I could not brush my teeth. I certainly couldn't walk, and I could not use a computer. I had a home care provider that typed emails for me. I spent thousands of dollars on treatments until I had almost nothing left. And here's another picture of me hacking stuff. So I was terrified to try bee venom therapy. Who in their right mind is going to be like, yeah, let me just sting myself with bees. That's the way to go. So I tried everything else first. But I was out of options. And the cost for treatment was very reasonable. It's about $50 a month instead of $1,000 or more per month. I didn't think it would help. It sounded crazy. It was just one more thing to try in desperation. And the hardest part was hurting the bees. Bees don't live after you sting. It did help to know that a queen bee lays 2,000 eggs per day. A hive has anywhere from 20,000 to 80,000 bees. And by doing these treatments, hives are actually expanded. The overall population of bees expands as patients support beekeepers. And my journey, just for folks to know, has been much longer than most. And my improvement has not meant complete eradication of my disease, but mostly quality of life improvements. For example, being here today, which I could not do without this treatment. Learning about bee venom therapy. So there's an article published by the BBC, and this is where I learned how to do some of my treatment with a protocol that Ellie Lobel developed. Ellie Lobel has a doctorate in nuclear physics. She's a very smart woman. And her life was saved by being attacked by bees. And that's how she got very fascinated with this. She was in late stage organ failure with Lyme disease. She published this book, literally wrote the book on bee venom therapy for Lyme disease. And I learned about this stuff when I went to a chronic pain support group. And I shared, that I was out of options and I was out of money. And someone took pity on me and decided to teach me this stuff, which is part of the reason I'm here today sharing. I was given a testing with a group of people. I did not do this alone. I did not do this without supervision. And I've been regularly doing BVT treatments since 2017. So I've got a number of years now to share that experience and have experienced massive quality of life improvements. Tools of the trade. I've got a bunch of these on the back table over there. So we've got the observation cage, which is delightfully known as the Biza Hut. This can be purchased on Etsy and other places. We've got the tweezers here that are most commonly used, cross-lock curved fiber grip, medium point tweezers for anyone wanting specifics. Local honey, which is important for the bees to have the highest quality honey possible. Bottle caps to put the honey in because it's BPA lined. Shout out to Aloe Drinks. I miss them. They're having a hard time right now. Really delicious drinks. Cotton balls. These are to squirt with water so the bees can drink water from that. Having a steam cleaner is actually really recommended by me because it helps clean the cages each week. An EpiPen, which is really important if you do have an allergic reaction to a bee sting. And of course, the bees themselves, which can be ordered by mail or can be procured from local beekeepers. So the original setup that most people have looks something like this inside the Biza Hut cage. Bees like the toilet paper roll for dark and for crawling around, but it's difficult to catch them for treatments. So sometimes people will put the bee cage in the fridge. The bees will kind of enter an early state hibernation and then they're not moving quite as quickly. When you do this a long time, you get really good at catching live bees though. Food caps are exposed, so bees can drown in the honey that you give them, or they can poop in their honey. It's really not ideal. And there's a folded paper in the bottom of the cage that keeps things cleaner, but you have to change it out each week, and it gets kind of annoying. So I decided to do some things to improve this. And this is the journey to the Bee Comfy. So first thing I did was make this very crude heater, which I think I sold like 5 of these, but I went to all the work to make this little instructional video or instructional card. And the first goal was to keep the bees warmer. So bees are really sensitive to temperature. They like a temperature range between 93 and 97 degrees. Normally keeping these in your closet. There's a lot of different climate conditions depending on where you live. And so this was a really simple heater. It uses copper foil, 2 resistor blocks, uses Ohm's law with a 5-volt power source to generate some heat. And it's very crude, but it worked in the middle slot here, as you can see, and it worked for years. The bees would huddle up, as you can see there. They really enjoyed the heat. And one of the downsides, though, was they have to crawl up to the top. And usually the bees that we use for this are a little bit older. And so sometimes they couldn't crawl the best. So I wanted to get a heater that was lower where the heat could rise and fill the cage off, and so be a little more efficient that way too. But the next invention that I came up with was the honey hut. And the honey hut is a way to keep the bees from falling into their food or pooing in their food or whatever. And it's a little protective hut over everything. It has a little sliding tray there for the honey and for the cotton balls. And that's easy to grab with tweezers. And then there's 2 storage sections. And I spent too much time on this logo. But there it is. The original's on display in the back if you're an art person. Next thing I worked on was honeycomb covers. So the covers that come with this cage were falling apart after a number of years, which led to escape bees. Yes, that's a pun, everyone. I used some hot glue, like in a jam, but it wasn't ideal. So I wanted something redesigned using PETG, which is a common 3D printed filament, and is much more robust against temperature. So using the steam cleaner, something that wouldn't damage the plastic. And I settled on this hex template. But one thing I had to do was actually measure and figure out the diameter of a bee to design something that would work. It's kind of fascinating, nature across, all these different species. Bee is roughly the same size. And so there it is, and there it is installed. And I used M3 countersunk wood screws are a favorite of mine for 3D printed designs. And it looks a lot better, and it's actually lasted for years. This picture is quite old. You can see there's also a USB adapter that I've upgraded this to. All right, so now to the Bee Comfy 1.0. This is where things get a lot fancier. And I wanted to make a proper climate control system. So something that had ventilation control that had a much more improved heating system that I could actually adjust the temperature on. Wanted to have improved ventilation using 5015 fans. These are really common 5-volt fans. To do all this, of course, I need a microcontroller. And of course, I can incorporate custom modes for that as well. And so I designed PCBs by trade, so all of this stuff was custom designed by me. And the resistor heater was actually purchased online, but it's actually, you'll see it in a second, it's quite simple. And then I opted to use a Dallas DS18B20, which is a really common temperature probe. And so here's the Arduino Nano you can see with a breakout board. This is an FPC10. This is an old design, so obviously newer microcontrollers would be nice to upgrade to. These are all the 3D printed cases. This is the UI control that I designed. It uses an SSD 1306 and a rotary encoder. It has hardware and software debouncing. Anybody out there designing UI systems? Hardware and software debouncing. And so here's the UI interface with the temperature probe, as you can see, and the heating element there, which is, it's really just like a PCB connecting large traces, and the resistance between the two join points are what forms, using Ohm's law, you can just calculate how heat is produced. But the temperature probe is going to measure the temperature and basically turn the heater off and on using a PWM pulse to generate the set temperature. So there's lots and lots of 3D printing to do this, of course. And one of the things I'm most proud of is the design of the temperature probe and heating element was actually designed to incorporate heaters for both sides of the observation cage. So the same heater can actually heat up 2 different hives at the same time. I incorporated all these like sleep modes, over temperature protection, all sorts of protection modes and stuff, which is kind of fancy. And the bees, they do love it. Here's the slotted design, as you can see there, over the temperature probe, and it separates between the 2 hives in the cage. And this is all on display in the back. And here's the bees, and they're always on that heater. They just love it. And it's beautiful to see how they adjust their body temperature by huddling together and moving around in different ways. So current and future upgrades that I'd like to do. I've got this design for improving the bee feeders a little bit, and I've done some of these already. I've used a polypropylene floor liner, so I'm not having to put paper in the bottom there all the time. A removable hut for easy cleaning, adding proper PWM fans, and upgrading to a more modern microcontroller, something like the ESP32C3 or Super Mini, which are a little older by today's standards, but cheap, easy to source, and easy to program. So this is the upgraded, that was one of the upgraded feeders. This is the upgraded hut, which is in 2 pieces and slots. This is also on display in the back. And now you can pull it out really easily if you want to clean it. And there's everything all set up in the cage. And as you can see, the bees just love it. And they love, it's like a little gymnasium for them, kind of crawling all around up there. So just giving a little bit of an overview. By the way, these are some mason jar covers for local beekeepers to basically transport the bees. It actually kind of converts it to work in the rectangular bee containers that I use for the cage. So as an overview, BVT, bee venom therapy, is an effective alternative treatment for many health conditions, has documented, proven scientific studies of its effectiveness. The treatment carries risk, especially for those who are allergic. While it's not for everyone, it can be life-changing for those without options or limited money. And bees can be treated with greater love and care and have their lives prolonged by cool, hacky cage upgrades. Here's another thing that's on display. I don't have time to talk about it, but it's another way to basically keep the bees warm when they're in transit or if I'm out of space in the different observation cages that I have. So thank you everyone for watching. Here's some art that I made for local beekeeper, and you can reach me on these places. I have no funding for any of this at all, so there's a donation jar in the back if you want to drop something in there for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Okay, let's see how many new ways I can find to screw this up today. Yadira. Are they here? Perfect. Okay. All right. I'm going to get your talk set up and give you an intro. All right. Sanchez co-builds communal tools that weave together land-based and digital technologies, centering community knowledge, lived experience, and technological sovereignty. Within I'm sorry, I'm going to get this wrong. Technomilpa? Okay, cool. A collective building community-led technology, they co-design and make community-led computing and electronics, from mesh networks and open hardware to workshops and educational tools, shaped by the people who use them. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to start with a little, maybe not so little story. The women in my family, that includes my great-grandmother, my mother, and my mom, have cooked over wood fires for as long as they can remember, probably. I think these days they call them traditional kitchens, probably. So the number that we can see in studies, I will put a bunch of studies that have been done before across sort of like how wood fire kitchens can be harmful to the women and the people that are, in that space. So obviously in my family, that was my grandma's life. Since she was 8 years old, she has been cooking in a traditional kitchen. And then my mom, not so much myself, because things happen. So these days, my mother doesn't cook there every day, maybe twice a week. And the smoke obviously doesn't really care whether it's a Tuesday or a Wednesday. It still can have the same kind of impact on their lungs as well. So the reason why the project is called The Smoke Arrived First is because most of the time they don't know that that smoke is being harmful to them in any way or form. So the idea is that it's sort of like coming into play by, okay, so some of them have images. All right, so it's that. So this work is pretty much shaped by all of them. You can see here some photos, left, right. On the right, you can see my mom with my grandma. On the left, you can see my aunts and a cousin cooking in the kitchen. And 1 second. So this all started actually not so much from spending time in the kitchen, but I started reading some things about smoke, and I found this really good article that has been done in Mexico around how many people have been exposed to or are exposed to firewood. It has been measured, yes, a lot of times. There have obviously been loads of studies on how you can actually move away from these settings, which is not the purpose of this project, right? However, I started sort of like digging a little bit more when my grandmother was diagnosed with dementia, probably about 5-6 years ago. And this was through a conversation I was having with a colleague in England through a software research fellowship that made me wonder a little bit more about the smoke. So I think it's pretty clear that smoke can actually harm your lungs. And then I started sort of like from that conversation, digging a little bit more and found that loads of articles are starting to put together the links between exposure to firewood, smoke, and the brain. And that's pretty much why I sort of like went down a rabbit hole. I started sort of like looking into ways that probably people have looked into this. So for 2 decades, the PATARI program has already kind of tried to improve wood stoves across rural Mexico. It kept the fire and the comal, as you can see in the images, but it enclosed the flame. And what this did was that obviously added a chimney to sort of like carry the smoke outside, right? It was a really cool project, and it still is a really good project because it was designed with women from these rural communities, and it was adapted so that they could keep making tortillas. Now, the thing that happened is that, and the people found out about 5 years later, is that half the women that took on this abandoned the devices, or however you want to call them. The reason for that, and some studies have been published, I think you can see some little numbers there. At the end, I give you the reference list that can link to this. It wasn't because people didn't know that the smoke was harmful to them, and not because no one asked them. Obviously, it was participatory. They included them. But it was because it was replacing the open hearth of the smoke with a fixed structure. And also because they realized that the tortillas were not being cooked the same. So that was another huge reason, obviously. So the point, it wasn't that participation doesn't work, because obviously it does, but the participation at the design stage is sometimes not enough when you have to replace certain practices and also certain traditions. So I was thinking, okay, there must be something that can be done because the smoke is still harmful. So what are some things that we can sort of like start looking into? So I obviously invite you to look at the PATARI if anyone is interested. They got loads of open source documentation as well, and they've done a lot of great work. And obviously knowledge lives in the kitchen and in the women who are tending it. So I decided that the best way to potentially find something that we could work with was with the knowledge that my mother had. So before building anything, I just sort of like asked her a few things. I start with her and I asked her things about the smoke. So this was one of the questions: how do you know when the smoke is harmful? I'll read it in English and then I'll read it in Spanish. The good goes out or stamp and is slow to catch again. My eyes start burning. The smoke is strong and I feel like I'm drowning. So I don't know if anyone here has ever been in one of these traditional kitchens, but when the smoke gets out of control, you can feel it for sure. I think it probably happens in camping scenarios sometimes. So it's kind of like similar to that. Now, this one, what do you do when the kitchen fills with smoke? Because it gets sort of like out of control. Le muevo la leña y le meto papel para que vuelva a estar bien encendida la lumbre. I hope you can read the English translation. And yeah, I will not be able to play the video, but it was basically just my mom sort of like playing around with some of the sticks as well. And this one was one of my favorites because when I started sort of reading other articles and so on, then I was seeing how those articles mention a lot of the science that is on papers to the knowledge that my mom was already applying. So the smoke pouring out of the fire is not waste, but is what is called unburned fuel. And when wood is damp, what happens is that the fire drops. So it does not really burn. It sort of like what is called paralyzes. So again, I'm not someone that is a combustion engineer, but this is what I found out from conversations and reading. So what happens is heat drives all of these volatile gases, they call it, and then tars out the wood. But the fire is still too cool and is still too starved of air to be able to ignite those gases, right? So what happens is they start escaping as the visible smoke, and then the particle that gets to measure this is what is called PM2.5. So what she does, without knowing any of this, her remedy attacks exactly that, right? So this happens on two levers at once. One is moving the wood, so she's moving the wood, and then opens the packed bed and lets the air in, right? Part of this is that it also mixes that air with the escaping gases. So by feeding that paper is sort of like a fast, slow ignition at the same time. Now, one thing here, oops. Once they catch, the smoke itself is going to start burning. And that is why the fire is sort of like goes itself, like it goes and catches again, right? And it sort of like clears as well. So without knowing, she has converted smoldering back into flaming combustion, which burns off the very stuff that was living as the smoke, pretty much. I work as a lecturer in England, and I've been doing some projects with some colleagues in aerospace engineering that have studied combustion engineering, and I was talking to them about this project, and they have a name for all of these conditions that she was restoring, that they called the 3 Ts. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think this one shows a little bit better what it's trying to do. It's all a bit mixed. And those 3 T's are called temperature, turbulence, and time. So her 2 moves kind of hit all that at once, right? So obviously, for us, it was quite interesting to sort of like see this knowledge in there as well. Another question is, did anyone ever say that the smoke was harmful at any time? No, nobody ever told me. I only learned once I was grown that it harms the lungs. I'll probably come back to this later. So what is inside of this that we're trying to build is nothing fancy at this point. It's a little Sensorion, SNM55, and a Raspberry Pi 4 kit, pretty much. All of the shelf is documented for both of them. There's quite a lot of documentation out there, so I think you know this. It's less of a product that we're trying to do and more of a recipe that can go with the kitchen as well. So this is probably my favorite bit of wire sensors. So the sensor obviously reads all of this particulate matter at 4 different sizes. You can see there PM 1.0, and the one that we're measuring is PM 2.5. Plus, it also does volatile organic compounds and nitrogen oxides as well, humidity and temperature. So we're trying to combine, obviously, the particulate matter that's actually being measured as harmful and bring in humidity and temperature, because sometimes it rains a lot. So that obviously affects how the smoke is going to behave at the same time. I'm not going to go into how all of this work. We're going to focus on the PM 2.5, but here is where we started putting together what the sensor is doing and what my mom was sensing from the conversation that we had as well. So the strength that she feels is the PM mass that is being measured, and the irritant gases are also measured in there that she mentions, but she didn't know how much it was. And the drowning, yeah, that's not part of the sensor itself, but that's just carbon dioxide that cannot be seen or measured at this point, and which we don't really, I guess, care so much right now. One of the tests that we did is, this is one raw log that we had, is one reading a second. It's nothing cleaned up. So what happens is that it starts off pretty low. I actually capture only the part that goes kind of in the middle. We can see halfway through this that it climbs up quite massively. Now, for reference, the World Health Organization, and I don't think this is the case these days, really, is that a healthy day averages 15 micrograms, because obviously we are like exposed to a lot of things on the street, potentially. Wood kitchens have been measured for years, and some of the studies, 5, 6, which you can refer to later today, can often near 1,000, with recorded peaks past 4,000 as well. So if you look at the numbers, you'll probably see on the PM2.5 that above 4,000 was recorded. All of this is obviously sitting in a repository because we are testing and building as we go. Now, we haven't really, the way that we're trying to do this is that the conversations that happen with them actually lead to how we design the final sort of like casing. So she knows that she wants something that warns gently. And when this was put in the description as an alarm, it's not really an alarm because it obviously has that connotation of telling you that something is wrong. She wants it not to be scary, that she can take down when the kitchen is not in use, and that she can read from across the room without stopping to cook, for example. So we're starting to test with some LED lights, strips in the kitchen from next to the fire as well, a calm signal that she can stay in control of. So these sort of conversations happened probably 2 months ago because I've been in the UK and I only just came back to Mexico a few weeks ago. Now, the idea of how it's going to respond goes along this, to have a few levels. I think this is probably going to change depending on how my mom feels that the colors actually tell her something about the lights. She will be the one that decides also what color she wants to see so that she knows what is actually happening. Now, for this one, where it will go. So we started putting the sensor across the kitchen. And this actually gives us an idea, the first photo on the right over here, because it's sitting on the window that is pointing to the cactus outside. And that's what led us to sort of think where it could potentially live. So the picture that you see right at the end over there is made out of the dry sort of leaves that a cactus in Mexico produces. So what we did, we just sort of varnished it around. So that is the first sort of like idea that where we want to put the sensor so that she can remove it as well. So you can see that it looks a little bit like where you put photos on the wall so that it could be removed when it's not used as well. And yeah, this is pretty much how it looks like. The one in the middle, we trialed that because that's, I actually don't know how to translate this. I think it's a sieve. Yes, it's a sieve. Yes, so yeah, that is used for like when you have corn or anything. And we thought that could potentially be a place because it also goes with the kitchen. So we kind of moved from that because, okay, you may have to use the sieve quite a lot. So it kind of be sitting there. And that's how we moved into using the cactus dry idea so far. That's where it is right now. It's obviously quite exciting because I think this is the first time that I'm doing something with my mom. So it's proven to be very exciting to actually have her as the person that is designing and also kind of deciding also how she wants things to look or made of. And obviously right now we haven't really included any materials that are outside of what she's seeing, for instance, like plastic and so on, apart from the hardware. We were thinking of potentially using some clay as well, because the community next to us, about 10 minutes away, specializes in clay figures and so on. So we'll see. There might be different versions of this, to be the cactus, the clay, we don't know. If you're interested, you're welcome to check the repository or just follow us. We are Colectivo Tecnomilpa. I am one of 4 members right now, and you can check out the projects that we're doing. Most of these projects are based in rural communities in south of Morelos in Mexico. And this summer, we actually did a project in collaboration with a colleague in the Colombian Amazon. Most of the things that we do is actually communication infrastructure, mesh networks, and so on. So this is also the first time that we're kind of like moving into other territories or spaces with technology as well. I don't think I can open it right now to actually show you some of the projects. One of the ones that we have over there that might actually be kind of useful to this space as well is we are trying to work with language revitalization as well in the municipality. So we are bringing in a Raspberry Pi with capacity to do voice recognition and sort of like revitalize the 3 indigenous languages from the municipality, which is Nahua, Mixtec, and a little bit of Zapotec as well, with Totonaca. So we haven't decided on the 3rd one because we're working on the Nahua right now, which is the one that has the most sort of like work so far as well. And this one actually was the project that sort of led us to think what kind of materials we could use for this, which was clay, because we are putting the Raspberry Pi on, how do you say this? I don't know, Virgen de Guadalupe statue, yeah? And obviously that's well known to every Mexican. Everyone knows that if you approach it, you go there to pray. So the project is called La que nos habla, that one who speaks to us, so that kids also feel a little bit more enthusiastic about learning a language that is getting lost a little bit as well, but also the elders and my mom who doesn't speak it anymore and so on. So this is how we're trying to connect all of these different projects with one another. Thank you.
All right. Adriana, is that you? Okay. Give me just a sec. I'll give you a good intro. All right. Adriana Cabrera is an industrial and textile design worker designer working at the intersection of innovation ecosystems, digital fabrication, textiles, soft robotics, and assistive technologies. She has developed innovation agendas and lab spaces in international contexts, particularly in Germany, and has mentored makers, researchers, and students through Fab Academy and Fabricademy across countries including Jordan, Qatar, the UK, Chile, and Mexico. She is currently a PhD researcher at the University of Nottingham, focusing on bio-inspired soft robotic systems for rehabilitation and assistive devices, and co-leads FabCare.network, an initiative exploring open, distributed, and inclusive approaches to care and health technologies. Welcome.
Yes, I think that it's better. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, hello. Okay, hello everybody. We are before the break, and I hope you have like still some energy. Yes, thank you. So yeah, I have a bunch of information for today, especially from the projects that I did in the past, and also like a little bit of the motivation why I am working in this area. So maybe some of you have like could like inspire also about the idea of soft and bio. So maybe what means for you soft? Flexible, bio? Something that moves? Yes? Something that's living. Maybe another one, soft? Shape changing, yes, perfect. Yes, so I will talk about soft and bio and open innovation in inspired textiles and wearables. So I am industrial designer. I'm coming from Colombia. I work a long time in Germany, and also especially in this place that it was the Fab Lab. It's the Fab Lab Camp Lindford, in which I start to work in research, and after like jump in consultancy, and now the way is deciding to do my PhD and work together in additive manufacturing for bio-inspired soft robotics. So today I will talk about a little bit about this journey, about some cases, especially why open innovation in industry and academia is important, and after the role of community. So let's start to talk about the journey in open source and the lab experimentation. So when I came to Camp Lindford, so I started to think about like digital fabrication. And when we think about digital fabrication, so like what we think about like what we can do that something can directly wear, like a product. So I was thinking about the digital tailor. So especially, for example, when we see the sewing machine, it's one of the machines that we are using, and exactly something that our grandmas, and I don't know, like especially like in Colombia, we have like something that could repair and I could directly wear. So, and with all technologies we have, I was thinking how we could recreate this emerging field about textile. But also especially about soft materials. And this was like one of the motivations to create a library. This is just one of the patterns we have in the library to understand how I could go from the digital to physical. And also especially doing something digital could, through the materials, change the properties and adapt in different like contexts. So yes, so as maybe other people, what we have here, I participate in a program, the name is Fab Academy. So I really wanted to do something wearable, right? Like I wanted to think about and work with a person who has paralysis in the left hand and do something flexible. But I realized that actually, while understanding like what is possible, what are the materials, and what are my challenges through the biomechanics of the hand, so of course these materials were not like ready for it. So especially also because Frank, who is here, who actually came to the lab and said like, hey, I don't have any device for helping me. Like he had like to go in different like sessions for therapy, in which of course after a post-stroke is very important the rehabilitation in a very like in a better frequency, let's say. So we decide, or like I start to co-create with him and with the orthopedician to do this device that it has a kind of exoskeleton that help him to move the hand and control and have a splint that help also to correct the position of the hand. And after, like we said, like it's rapid prototype. So this 3D printing for this part like takes like maybe more than 2 days. And of course, like all thousands of hours doing electronics and so on. So after I had like a motivation to do like, oh, let's do like kind of a workshop, something that is more quickly. So I start to adapt and understand the shape, also the body, how we could do like a workflow that takes like, for example, if you see here with the laser cutter, I could cut this in 10 minutes. So, and it was a part of a workshop we did for the conference in Chile in 2017. Yes. So, but what is also important actually now that we were thinking about like the emergency, for example, in Venezuela, is that, hey, we have this material, we could share and actually do it very quickly. Here is the repository that if someone wants to go for the workflow and understand a little bit about how to work for the 3D printing, but all for the 3D printing, no, sorry, for the 3D scanning, I'll go to the workflow to do the shape. So another project that I developed in the past, and it was a beautiful collaboration with my human kit. Here is Nico, who is also, he suffered like an accident, he lost the hand, and he had a prosthetic. But when, especially in winter, when it's cold, he needs something that help him to warm the arm, because we are not like very used to have like other kind of materials that are warm. So what we develop also like, yeah, let's say also online, he also sent me the 3D scan and said like, hey, I want like kind of something that could warm my arm. It was this pad, this heating pad that he could wear in such a situations. So that was a first steps in this exploration. But when we start to think about this product development and we start to think about like, hey, I want to produce something, we need to think about it like kind of more systemic ecosystem. And about like how these soft materials could play also a role together with the intelligence that also provides longevity, functionality, but also sustainability. And especially when we talk about wearable considerations, we have to think about the application, the durability, especially how we'll warn it, or how it could be exhibit, for example, how it could be an appropriate piece, and also especially in future, like how I will wash, how I will power it, how I could do circuit layout that are like, that it can survive all these processes, especially if someone want to wear. So, and especially in spaces like Fab Labs, we can start to think about these processes. And this is like some of the projects that I accompany through in my role as a instructor, like working especially together something that I will talk a little bit later, that it's about like biomechanics, working with students with in background of bionics, but also understanding how to model, how to develop electronics and have like different like kind of applications that it could be solved and they could be tracked. I think like we have like here like a little special videos that are not working, but it's okay. So I will now talk about this project, Makopedics. And this project is a special cooperation we have in the last years, and it was a cooperation thinking about open innovation hardware, especially in monitoring, and talking about the role still in orthopedics, that it's very handcrafted. So we developed, one of the projects that we developed in Makopedics, that it was a German research supported by the government. As we see, like here is like kind of an orthotic that maybe everyone can wear, right? So, but what was the special part of it was like, first, one of the process that we developed was in Agile or like in a sprint. We start to decide what is the product they mostly use, how, for example, local machines could help the health supplier stores to be implemented. And here we have like different like components with different machines that we have in the lab, different technologies that we could use in order to adapt new processes that they could produce locally and have like a kind of independence in the big supply chain. So this is a process that we did with embroidery. It is a system for monitoring the food while, especially for people who suffer diabetes or also stroke, that they lost sensibility in the food. So this insole or this system is based on on conductive threads, and how the matrix is produced is something that they could develop in the health supplier store. And yeah, here we have some of the pictures, and also especially embroidery. That is something that mainly many of producers, I mean, we are using mainly for decoration, but it's something that it could be directly produced there. And also what we did was the electronics, and we see here also how they embed and how possible could it be to do like kind of embedding ecosystems, embedded pieces, especially in an orthopedic setup. But one of the most important parts in this project was to understand, and especially here again, the point of the open source is how these places could share this information to produce locally. And one of the things that we did was a workshop. We also shared this, all are part of a GitHub, not GitHub, but published in Wikifactory, and also a workshop in which they could also learn how to produce the insoles and embed them, not embed, but at least to understand the basic principles, how to produce this matrix and connect with internet. So another point that I am forgetting is that especially the digitalization of the data, because it was not only about producing or understanding sensing or monitoring, but that the monitoring of the development of the diabetes and the disease could be tracked. And so that's why it was important to understand, like, hey, we want to personalize it, we want to customize it, we want to share the data in between different actors, from the insurance, from the doctors that are involved in it. And this is something that we can connect, and therefore hardware is important, and therefore also the software and sharing the data was also important. So now I will present another project that it's more, has another focus. It's about likes of robotics. And this project is a cooperation from the University of Arts in London and by Inspired Textiles. And yeah, so here in this maker collaboration, I was inspired by the elephant trunk. So especially thinking about the cells and also how the hydrostatic ability that has the elephant trunk could, and the gradient that it has could be translated in a language of programmable materials. Or maybe someone that was here was also mentioned this shape changing. So here what we see is like, hey, I want to translate this in a programmable material. So instead to have like the elephant trunk and like that, we the goal of it was translated this in a textile that could move. And yeah, so that was like the main like focus, but also the idea of thinking like how I could use these materials. So, and this again, like translating like the idea of, hey, I want to put or introduce this kind of application in orthosis that maybe could also again like give us stability, but also in a possible multi-direction. And last but not least, I want to present another project that it's inside of the eNavigate consortium. Is a project supported by the European Commission and also especially with cooperation with industry and academia. In this case, it was an experience I did in a secondment in the University of Aberystwyth in Wales with the University Rheinball. So yes, so when we think about navigation, especially as human, we are based in different senses, and one of those is the vision. But what happened with people who has visual impairments? So yesterday we have a beautiful also presentation about like navigation for blind people, but what I wanted also to talk about today is like how, if we want to do this more wearable. And here we start to think about this kind of paralleling between robots versus animal navigation, in which we think about like maybe in the cars we have today, like for example, orientation, location, yeah, different technologies that we will name, but also animals have different like inspiration, like different ways of navigating. For example, echolocation, smell, magnetic field, or touch. And this was like the motivation to bring these experiences in ways to navigate. And for it, we start to think about one of the systems that already have that kind of, or enabling this kind of navigation, to think about how we can navigate as, for example, an insect. that it can bring, like, for example, optical flow in the conversation, and bring about, like, for example, yes, so like a different experience of feeling, and how, for example, a person could, instead to have like a navigation system that comes from existing technologies, how we could think about in a new technology that we could develop as by Inspire. And just bringing this as a concept in something more, like, let's say, tangible, we start to think about in the perception and how we have different patterns in perception, and how to explore this in tactical feedback. To give like more orientation through this soft material that gives some inputs yes, and give like a kind of an orientation. This is still a work in progress, but I wanted just to give like a kind of touch in which direction could be also bring by inspiration. And just to say that, yes, so the idea of these next steps were like about how perception, human perception could combine in biological principles, but also bring other kind of emotion in conversation, and start to think about the soma aesthetics, like how soma will bring us like a new kind of agency in navigation. Okay, so I am just close to the last topic, that is about collective community and sharing. And I have to say that this is one of the parts that bring us today here as a community. Community, as it says, is bring like commons. And so that's so important that we are in this event to sharing these opportunities. One of the parts or like active role I'm having is as a lecturer in soft robotics in the Fab Academy. And here we have different kind of practices from surface, from the labs, from the setup of a Fab labs in which we can work in different soft materials, but also exploring not only for assistive devices, but also for example, artistical interventions to work with digital fabrication, from 3D printing, biomaterials, or bioactuation. But also to say that one of the most important parts that I think that it was interesting to work in assistive devices is that we are bringing together a tool set in which we have like different technologies, a skill set in different like interdisciplinarity in which we bring many learnings, but also a mindset. And sharing this mindset, it's really important in order to bring like a common literacy for creating new technologies. So in the past, I wanted to mention that another part was learning and building, capacity building, and also especially building academies. This is one of the academies we built in the University of Applied Science Rheinbach, in which we learned about different like topics from software, tools, and soft robotics, and also the topic of workshops. So especially like now we have the Fab conferences, or also especially, for example, this conference that offer like the idea of workshops of co-creating and democratizing soft robotics or soft technologies, in which we did, for example, this in Mexico, and we have a bunch of documentation of different like tools, how to produce, for example, artificial muscles or other kind of tools, also especially with the electronics. But at the same time, we have a group, Fab Care, that it's also building a network, especially with Enrico, who is here. And one day we decided to say like, hey, let's do a group. But also are more people who is active, Jason, Andrew, Ginger, many others, which I have to say that I am very thankful, I'm grateful, because, as I said, I think like we are not only a network, we are a community in which we are, without the community, we couldn't work together. So unfortunately, I am not so involved, but I have to say that I am very proud what we did until now, and that we are keeping still working for the goal, for this the same goal. And so now the ways I am focusing in my PhD, that is in additive manufacturing, 3D printing of soft robotics and structures for wearable devices, that is supported by the UKRI in the University of Nottingham. And to say that, yes, so this is like kind of a part of the recap from the presentation, to say that such a technology, such a soft technologies can help us to think about it a new area and a new relationship from robots and human interaction, that it can enable actuation, but at the same time sensing, collecting, performing functions like temperature, shape changing, feedback, but also collecting data that is very important, especially when we are talking about AI, and also integrating in the new area of physical AI, but at the same time integrating in customized materials and textiles, that it can bring also efficiency in soft technologies, but also efficiency in assistive devices. And at the same time, when we are thinking about the material, we are thinking especially from the very beginning in the sustainability, because it can help also to save materials. Think from a different perspective in the environmental impact that we are doing while, for example, prototyping. So this is a call to action to say like, we want to adapt and explore, collaborate and innovate and engage in interdisciplinarity. Growing also a mindset is important. Growing a mindset that is open to embrace these technologies and embrace like documentation and all other that we are talking today, but also to open opportunities that this field, that it could be sometimes very scientific, could be also open for many others, and working with empathy with patients in humanitarian work is very reward. So with this in mind, I just want to say thank you, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you also for this community that is here and is making this possible. And yeah, let's get in touch.
Thank you to all of our great speakers. Now we'll have a 30-minute break. All right, see y'all back in 30 minutes. Go ahead and make your way back to your seat. We're going to get started here in just a minute. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm going to now introduce Anthony, our next speaker. Anthony DeFranco is the president of the Open Insulin Foundation, which is developing open source technology and knowledge bases for local scale production of insulin and other essential biologic medicines, including open hardware for protein production and purification. He is also prototyping open hardware, electric motor/generator, and turbo machinery designs with ease of manufacture and applications in small-scale energy and transportation infrastructure in view. Previously, he researched numerical computation, purely declarative, probabilistic, relational programming languages, and other topics at the intersection of programming languages and machine learning in the PhD program at UC Davis, and did freelance research in the fields of programming, language theory, and theory of computation. Prior to that, he researched purely declarative, probabilistic, relational languages for smart contracts at Credibles. Anthony holds a bachelor's in physics and in computer science and mathematics from Yale University, where he studied control theory, statistics, and information theory and neural networks. Welcome.
Okay, thanks, Avinash, and thank you everyone for coming back after the break. If you want a copy of the slides, I'll give you 5 seconds to grab that link, and it'll be there again. So I'm here to present some of the infrastructural challenges that we ended up discovering underlying the problems that we're looking at in the open insulin effort. So in open insulin, as Avinash mentioned in my introduction, we're looking at producing insulin, but a lot of the problems in access have to do with the distribution and storage of insulin and the integrity of the cold chain in its distribution and storage. And going from just a handful of manufacturing sites in the world to hundreds or thousands can address some of that. It can greatly expand the reach of areas that are close to a production center, but there will still be work to do on the distribution and storage side. And so we're working on, there's now a project spinning off of Open Insulin that is looking at those problems and some means of addressing those. So the theme there is a broader theme, which is to, and it also comes up on the production side, but it's even more emphasized in distribution, which is to fit the technology and the systems to the landscape that they are going to operate in and the scales that they need to operate in. And the essence of energy and transportation and refrigeration is moving and being moved by heat and electricity through manipulating fluids, essentially. And so we're going to look at means of doing that and kind of look at what sort of a system or sort of a philosophy that brings us to when we look at the way that interacts with the economy that it is meant to enable and to work in. So take a quick look at the world that we need to transport and distribute and refrigerate things in. So this is an equal area projection. So what you see is what you get from this. And you can see that there's a little narrow band way up there, I can't reach it, where there's pretty good transportation and refrigeration infrastructure across maybe about 1/2 to 3/4 of that area. And so over here, right around here is where I bought my fabulous pointer. I bought it at a gas station on the fabulous United States interstate highway system. And so the United States interstate highway system is even more fabulous than my pointer, but like many fabulous things, it is also expensive and high maintenance. So, you know, even here, like we might want to think about more efficient and resilient systems for doing transportation, because it's quite a lot of work to maintain this here. And even though we get to enjoy it and get to enjoy the transportation that it gives us individually and for our refrigerated trucks that carry our food and our medicine around and so forth, we might get more out of it and have it last longer, and you know, have a better time with enjoying the economic benefits of it if the overall economy is more efficient due to alternatives existing and using them and not forcing everything to use a fairly high overhead way of doing things. And for pretty much all the rest below that band, you've got some combination of hot terrain, hilly terrain, vast distances to cover. You know, over in here, you're going to be, you know, moving from a boat to a small plane to a donkey as you go around. Similar things happening all over in variations on that theme. And, you know, we've got about 1 billion people there, 1 billion people there, close to that around here, you know, throw in a few more over there. So that's pretty much all of it is like that. And aside from a few, you know, capitals where there's infrastructure that is similar to what exists in the other region, you have to look at other ways of doing things that are more fit to the terrain and the economy and the culture there. And this is, you know, as mentioned, of particular importance for insulin. So here's an author writing out of Qatar and describing people storing insulin needs to be kept cool. It's very temperature sensitive, and saying, well, you know, you can kind of use clay pots, and maybe there's like a stream of cool water in the shade that you might be able to use, but generally there's no way of keeping it cool, and these are, you know, very hot places, and the insulin will quickly lose potency. And, you know, at the beginning of that process, you start to become unsure about what dose you need to take, and, you know, how effective the dose you're trying to give yourself is going to be, and then very quickly it's just going to be destroyed. You know, that can happen in a single hot afternoon under the sun. So, so that is, you know, the really urgent proximate reason that drew our attention to this. But this is not just in that you know, large hot hilly region that I was talking about. It's also here in the US. So there's a bit of back and forth in the journals about whether the cold chain in the US for insulin, it really has the kind of integrity that we expect and need from it. And so in the end, it wasn't quite conclusive whether there was a verifiable problem or not, but I can certainly say that as a type 1 diabetic, I've pulled a few vials that didn't seem like they had all the juice they were supposed to have in them, and, you know, you have to work around that. And, you know, recently there was also a you know, notoriously heat wave all around the world, and especially in Europe. It kind of came to people's attention that AC is not very common there, and they were having a lot of problems due to that as well. Despite otherwise having quite a high standard of infrastructure. So going back a bit to the manufacturing technology that we're looking at developing for open insulin, this is most of what you need for modular 5 liters of bioreactor capacity. And a few years ago, an intern worked on this and put together the bill of materials, and it comes to about $100 or $2 if you are getting it off of Amazon. But you may not be able to use Amazon or Alibaba, you may not want to. And so when you don't have access to these commodity parts, or you have reasons to prefer not to use them, you need to start to think about all of the, where those parts come from and how those supply chains work and how you might replace the products of those manufacturing efforts and supply chains. And so, often in engineering, you want to just focus on the problem you're trying to solve and let other people solve other problems for you. And that is how engineering, works, by breaking down problems like that. But when you start to look at systems, you start to need to think about engineering or at least understanding and intervening where needed, how in the engineering of the entire system as well as all the components it's made of. So we might think of, how do we maybe make an alternative pump, for instance. I mean, that is important because that comes up in a lot of things, not just a system like this. There was and still is a similar in spirit project that was an inspiration to me when it debuted about 10, 15 years ago. It was called the Global Village Construction Set of Open Source Ecology. And so they were thinking about a similar problem, and it was how to create a base of devices and technologies out of as modular a set of components as possible, with which one could have a lot of a modern standard of living, like kind of up to maybe mid 20th century technology, basically just leaving out computing. And so it includes, things for buildings, farming, some aspects of energy. And this system, it kind of bottoms out in a modular hydraulic power pack that was powered by a diesel engine. I think there are plans to try to use a modern steam engine for that. And that was interesting because a steam engine is an external combustion engine, so it has a lot more flexibility in the fuel it can use, and as long as it's hot enough, you can use any form of heat. And so that is something that is very important because liquid, really refined liquid fuels, like most of the engines we use now, they can sometimes be hard to come by. For instance, recently there was a little thing going on around there where the fuel wasn't getting through, and it caused a lot of consternation, and no one's really even entirely sure whether it's still going on or not. So so things like that can happen and do happen, and I think we can expect disruptions like that to increase in frequency and severity. So how can we get something like this, and also look at what is beneath that and is enabling that at the energy and transportation and refrigeration layer that exists beneath these kinds of devices? Like, how do we really get to the fundamentals of the economy for these things, and look at what might be lacking there and how to make the necessary improvements? So I refer to the work of Ivan Illich on this, as it often comes up in this work. So I tried to find the quote, and I wrestled a little bit with the chatbot that had infected my search engine, and that seems like it's kind of roughly in the neighborhood of what the the original passage was saying, but I couldn't track down the original passage. But he was basically talking about like a mechanical version of a mule, like a vehicle that was cheap to build and maintain, adaptable to a variety of terrain, was not going to, be a lot lighter than a big truck, wouldn't tear up the roads, could share the dirt paths with the foot traffic and the animals and so forth, but could also provide a lot of the benefit of motorized transportation, and could, maybe it's not going to go 50 or 60 down the highway, but it'll go 20 miles an hour, and it will open up a lot of economic opportunities and frontiers, and also enable transportation networks for things like insulin, where it's very perishable, its transportation is time sensitive, allowed to reach a lot more places that it cannot currently reach, and without building this really high overhead infrastructure of a highway system that is, again, very expensive to build and maintain, and it's, having to put the resources there is going to take those resources away from everywhere else where you could be spreading something like this, and undermine the overall efficiency and scope of the system. So to have refrigeration go increase in scope and increase in efficiency, we can look at the fundamental technology of refrigeration, and there's also a symmetry between refrigeration and how a heat engine works. One of those devices is you're inputting heat and you're getting motion out, and the other one, you are inputting mechanical motion and you're moving heat. And so there's that symmetry in the physics. Why isn't there a symmetry in the devices that we use to do that? And to some extent there is, like a Stirling engine can be a Stirling cooler, but Stirling engines never became really practical. There was an effort to make a car that used one in, I think, the 70s or the 80s, but why isn't that practical? So this is a device that is in most of the refrigerators in the world, probably almost everyone you've ever encountered. It is a rolling piston or rotary compressor. So this is what is inside the refrigerator, making the whirring noise that is compressing the refrigerant, pushing it through a little tube that, yes. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Many refrigerators use this. Mike, is it? Yeah. Mike says that many use a regular piston as well, just like a piston compressor as well. So, and like air compressors use will use a piston pump as well. But in any case, this one is in many ways cheaper and easier to build than a piston pump, because it depends on how you're doing it, but you don't need a crankshaft for this. The valves can be similar. It has some drawbacks though. So that right there is a vane that is pressed down against the cylinder with a spring, and it's just a friction seal. And so now you need, so first of all, you are incurring the penalty of that friction on the operation of the device. And second of all, in order to reduce that friction and improve the seal, the working fluid needs to be lubricated. And so if you need the working fluid to be lubricated, that means you're certainly not going to be working with too hot of a fluid that is going to degrade your lubricant. And so that's one reason why you can't have that symmetry there. And so here are some other kind of tools that they offer benefits and simplicity, but they have really serious drawbacks that are kind of limiting their use. So there are small refrigeration units, and this is basically if you have diabetes and you're looking at an active cooling device, this is probably one of the first things you're going to come across is one of these Peltier coolers, thermoelectric coolers, and they're it's a nice idea that you could just put electricity in and get refrigeration out, but they're only a single-digit efficiency, maybe 7%. So unfortunately, when you have efficiency that bad, it really undermines the whole practicality of something because it has to be so bulky relative to the performance that it offers that you kind of end up not really improving much on your other alternatives. Some of the first ways of refrigerating things and making ice involved dissolving a salt in water that absorbs heat when it dissolves, such as saltpeter. And so you can put like water you want to freeze in one vessel, surround it with another bath, dissolve the salt in it. It'll cool the water. If it gets cold enough, it'll freeze the water, and then you get ice. And then you can take the solution, you can put it over a fire, boil off the water, get the salt back. And so this is a device called the Icy Ball, and it is kind of doing an analogous thing with an ammonia solution. And so you can run this off of a fire. This is an improvement off to that device made by Einstein and Szilard, the famous physicists. And there's been some academic work on making improvements to that. It goes back about 20 years. But so that's nice because you don't have any mechanical parts. However, you are still doing it over a fire, and Yadira was just telling us all the problems with doing things on fires. You have the smoke and the detriment to health, and it's also not very efficient, unfortunately. So as it happens, there's some work that's been done to improve the worst traits of the rolling piston compressor. So that replaces this friction seal with a little bushing that the vane can slide in. And so now, instead of just having it press into the rotor, it's going through this long, broad surface that can provide a good seal. And just doing that improves the efficiency, and some other figures of merit of it by about 20%, and it was already pretty good. And another appealing feature of this, and also the original, but retained in this, is that this is all the functional geometry of this is essentially two-dimensional. So you can do a lot of the design and the manufacturing of this by taking two-dimensional surfaces and extruding them into 3D, and that simplifies a lot of the design and manufacture of these devices. And it also makes it possible to think about using things like, for example, wire EDM. That's a process that can cut these geometries out with very good tolerances that can give very good sealing for those things, and retain and maximize the efficiency of that. Here's another interesting device that we might be able to make some good use of. This is a vane pump / compressor. This is pretty common in hydraulics. This fellow has looked at using it as an internal combustion engine, or the basis of a design for an internal combustion engine. It has a lot of compelling features there. So there's been some work on it. So this again has that undesirable feature of pushing vanes against the surface with springs, and also the centrifugal force of it spinning. And so you kind of reproduce the drawback that we've seen before. But there's some work on fixing that, and it should also be possible to do a similar sealing arrangement with this, since those can be made just constant curvature and width. So that's another intriguing possibility. And some other interesting work that's going on is it's happening both at the very large scale for power generation, replacing steam with supercritical CO2 as a working fluid. It's also happening at the smaller scale for roughly household scale heat pumps. So the distinctive and interesting thing about using CO2 as a working fluid is that it can carry about 2.5 more times heat than steam does. So they can downsize with a turbine, they can downsize like a kind of large room or truck sized 20 megawatt steam turbine to a person sized almost as much 14 megawatt turbine. There can be similar benefits for the kinds of systems that we're looking at that are not going to use that type of turbine, but maybe that would have helped the Stirling engine car quite a lot, for instance, because one of the issues there was the power density. It's very difficult to get that. And it turns out we can make dry ice that you could use to charge such a system with fairly accessible technology. Here is a YouTube engineer, hyperspace pirate, who made a very practical DIY scale system for doing that. And another variant of such a system that can get to temperature required for that. The nice thing about that is that, so that just runs off of compressed air, the Gifford-McMahon cryocooler, and a -80 freezer happens to be also one of the essential pieces of kit for long-term storage of materials for biological research. So that's quite an intriguing possibility. Another thing that we are looking at is electric machine designs that incorporate what would be the equivalent of a planetary gearbox into the electromagnetic side of the device itself. And this just illustrates that design feature, some other design features that we're looking at. I'm actually working with Yves and some of his colleagues on working up a prototype of this. So that depicts the kind of equivalent of a planetary gear arrangement built into the motor or generator itself. We're also looking at ways of doing the windings as one large coil instead of having to wind around every pole of the motor. And so normally within a brushless DC motor, you've got to send the windings around many poles, perhaps a dozen poles around the circumference of the motor. And to do that by hand, often it is very labor intensive. To automate that is a fairly subtle thing as well. The machines are not that simple for doing that. There are ways of doing it that you just do one big winding per phase. And so it's already established. And so that could simplify the manufacture quite a bit. Also this type of design would have, in some embodiments, it would have the benefit of not having to have any permanent magnets. So that would reduce the dependency on the rare earth materials that go into high performance permanent magnets. And so, all of those things could, reduce the cost and complexity of this component considerably. And so, with all of this, we could increase the reach and the scope of the transportation networks that we have by just making the fundamentals more economical. We're already seeing some trends like this. Many people have looked at distribution of drugs and blood transfusions and other things in places without infrastructure using drone infrastructure. So that is something that could benefit both in terms of cost and performance from these kinds of developments. And there's the aforementioned mechanical mule for going along the ground. So this is one of the things we'd like to build towards with these components is establish the components and then look at engineering the systems around them once those are established. On the energy side, there's quite a lot that one could do with a toolkit that contained these kinds of inexpensive modular flexible tools. At the household and workshop scale, even in a place like this with a lot of infrastructure, there's quite a lot of waste. It's starting to be addressed with things like combined heat and power, where instead of heating your hot water and just shooting all of the waste heat out of the chimney, you can try to get the waste heat from an energy generating process or send it to an energy generating process afterwards. And there are two pretty egregious examples of that, where not too far deep in the ground there is already a soil regime that is fairly stable in temperature, right around 60 degrees, give or take year round if you go down about 10 feet. And on the other side, when it is hot weather and sunny weather, there's quite a lot of sunlight just coming down generating heat. And if you want to capture that, you can capture about maybe 30% of it with photovoltaics, that energy. But often you have to cool those and you're losing the heat anyway. You can use that directly to heat some water. You get a temperature gradient, from your roof to your basement, basically, that it's always right there for you. And there are other ways of exploiting things like this. So there are devices that can do radiative cooling by going to thermal equilibrium with parts of the sky that the sun is not in, and they can cool themselves below ambient temperature. You can use phase change materials, which are essentially solutions of salts that alter the melting point of water to usually raise it and allow the phase change to happen, which stores or releases a lot of energy at temperatures higher than the normal freezing point of water, and that gives you a lot of flexibility in the design of these systems. And if we can build external combustion energy generation things with the components we're talking about, we can use a much wider variety of heat sources and a wide variety of fuel sources if we're burning things. So I think the theme that we're investigating and trying to take advantage of here is one that it grows out of some of the historical phenomena and trends that I discussed at the end of last year's talk, which is that there's a transition from building for the maximum scale and trying to extract value, and changing from that pattern to expanding out and addressing a wider scope of needs with things. And so a variety of technologies I think are going to follow this trend. So spinning off of the Open Insulin Foundation right now is the RCTS, Resilient Convivial Technologies project, and we are working on the things that are described here. So I would love to collaborate with anyone who's interested in, and would also appreciate it if you share this with anyone you know who may be interested in our work. And thank you.
All right. Very cool. I've got a write-in introduction. I'm waiting for my email to load. Is that all right? Okay. Sorry, Wi-Fi is giving everyone trouble. In any case, I'll get this worked up here. Does that look right? Yeah.
Where's
So it'll be in the main. Does that look familiar?
Where's the?
Is it like a folder that you put it in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
All right. Version 2.
I need a reload.
Yeah, because it's fundamentally different.
Or if you'd like to bring up your machine. we can
Okay,
do that too.
yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
It's all right. Joey, we're going to do some screen switching. Okay, all right. Okay, it's USB-C work for me?
Yeah. No, this will be fine. Of course.
If you do this, it won't be on the live stream.
Is that all right? I think that's all right.
It's not going to be documented and it's not
Oh,
on the live stream.
okay, yeah.
It's not going to be recorded.
Do you know where the other presentation is?
I think we're
The
struggling
one
to
that's
find
linked.
it.
What?
The one that like is like linked in.
Well, I updated one with a version 2.
It should be in the
It
folder.
should be. Is it? Did you put it in the
Yeah,
same
I
folder?
put it in the same folder.
It should be in that folder.
Okay.
See, I'm going to bring this machine up. We don't see it on the folder. That's the.
Sorry.
That's so good. I mean, like you can do it. It just it won't be documented.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I'm cutting into my time, aren't I?
No, you're cutting into mine.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So, while we kill some time, what has been someone's favorite talk of the event? Oh, and what did you like about it? Oh, we got some documentation nerds at the Oshawa conference. Go figure. Someone else? DMDM talk? Yeah, very cool. Open MRI talk, also very cool. What did you like about Open MRI? I still don't know. No, I don't know. Anyone else? Oh, the soft materials. What did you like about it? And they are very soft. Yeah. Yeah. Man, very cool. What else? Say that one more time. Okay, I want to be able to say that. I won't be able to right now, but yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Very cool. And then, Eisen, what did you say? The MRI? Oh, the students, yeah. Right, right. The soft spot. Right, yeah. Very cool. I'm trying to think if there's one I really liked. I really liked the one by that lady, Alicia, when she gave the first talk. She was really good. Yeah. Eve, also a great talk. Very good talk. Bo. Right, the implant abandonment talk. Yes. Big issue and really strong folks tackling that. Yeah. What is a talk that y'all wish was presented or a topic you want to see presented in the future? Anyone? Say again? Oh, yeah, EMR, electronic medical records, privacy, HIPAA. Ugh, yeah. Yeah. We'll have to do a whole new certification for that one. There we go, Open EMR. Yeah. I won't be putting my records in there today, but one of these days, probably, yeah. Very cool. Okay, how are we looking? We got it? Okay, cool. Do you want this machine or this machine?
This machine.
Okay. All right. Is it all right if I let you introduce yourself? Would that be convenient? Okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks. Sorry about that, everyone.
Hand for Dan.
That's right. All right. So I changed the presentation, didn't realize it was already loaded. It was a fundamentally different story, but my background is sort of unique. I'm more of an IT networking background. I started my career with Motorola, electrical engineer, worked for Dell, worked for Compaq, various startups, again, in the networking space. And those were immaterial compared to the transition that happened for me. And that was a company called SUSE and ultimately Canonical, if anyone's familiar with Linux, using Ubuntu on their laptops. That was a fundamental change for me. Because it introduced me to the open source world. And that's what I wanted to sort of convey in the other slide, and which I'll do here. Fast forward that to Canon Medical. So now I'm introduced to a medical space with CT scanners, MRIs, ultrasounds, informatics for radiologists. And then open source or Open Water, who I'm currently with, been here for about 10 months, approached me and said, hey, we're combining medical technology with open source. We'd love your business acumen to sort of build this community. And that's what the basis of my presentation was. And I may reference both going back and forth, but that's me. And so today's presentation is really around Open Water, the next era of open source medical devices, and it's sort of this combination of how do you build an open source community, and that's what we exactly did with SUSE and Canonical. One of the fundamental things that was really interesting, and I'll do a setup slide because that's what was on the other presentation. I was at the transition point at Linux where it was becoming an emerging technology, right? It had matured to the point of being ubiquitous. And so it was my job to cultivate the likes of AWS and Intel and Dell and a number of other large players to really embrace this Linux environment. Interesting, Linus Torvald, who I've met several times, created Linux in 1991 as a hobby. And now 96% of all infrastructure around the world, data centers, technologies, I don't have my phone, but our phones run on Linux. Interesting enough, Windows as their base operating system uses Linux as well. It is ubiquitous across the entire ecosystem. And the way that worked was to build the trust of individuals coming into this community, right? It became open and not proprietary. People started to contribute to it, enhancing it, contributing value to it. So that was sort of the genesis of, hey, why couldn't we take that same capability and begin driving that into the medical community? And the aha moment for me was at a conference called RSNA, Radiological Society of North America. And we were building a Canon Medical and AI imaging technology for radiologists. And being a good competitor, I'd walk around to Philips and Siemens, GE, Sectra, and the others and look at their technologies that they were presenting. Invariably, each of them were doing similar technologies with different interfaces, different firmware probably, but essentially the same technology. And same application for radiologists. And the aha moment was, what are we doing? Why aren't we building this together instead of individually? Because I can guarantee that they were rebuilding their operating system, rebuilding their interfaces, rebuilding their UI, rebuilding everything from scratch. And I know that because at Canon, every CT scanner basically started from scratch with no reusable parts. Mostly no reusable parts. And when Open Water approached me, it was like, okay, we're going to bring this together. We're going to create this platform, this community platform to allow for this open source technology. So open source changed software, AI, cloud, robotics. We've already talked about why not medical imaging. This is really off. But the hard physics that we've invested in for the last 10 years should be, this programmable medicine, utilizing, utilizing semiconductors that are turned, these room-sized computers from, into a $500 phone. And this is an interesting point because we're taking the same concept and synergies of consumables, consumer technologies, and bringing them to the medical space. What I meant to say here, the hard physics and open source, is that, yeah, we've spent 10 years of developing technologies to now integrate that into a platform that's on our table here. And I'm not going to go through the physics and the dynamics and the circuitry because that's all open source. What I'm conveying to you right now is that we have an inflection point to take those consumable devices, those consumer technology devices, and deploy them across the world. And we're going to do that in an open source fashion. So the two platforms that we've settled on, there are others that are in the works, but they're in the back, is Open Motion, which is a blood flow, blood volume measure, and then Open LIFU for interventions, right? Low frequency ultrasound. And we had a number of researchers. So our go-to-market here as we're developing this community is multifold. Because we're not FDA approved, and I had a specific slide on this, it was really interesting. Because we're not FDA approved, this is for research only, our initial pathway to the community is to embrace this research community. And I'll tell you, it's amazing that they are coming to us. We're reaching out to them saying we have these technologies, but more importantly, they're coming back to us and saying, we want to work with you. And that's the cornerstone for development into building this community and this ecosystem. So the first capability was stroke detection. I think we talked about 90 minutes from door to balloon. I had not heard that, but I thought it was very interesting.
That's for heart. Stroke is a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah, there's parameters.
Right. So that was one indication or one application for Open Motion that resonated really, really well. We had practical applications with an EMT and an ambulance all the way to the hospital. The second one was an interesting one that we did, and hopefully you'll visit us at the Open Water office, because in our Gen 1 or Gen 2 system, we actually deployed this for depression studies, and found that modulating the neurons and then having them trying to rewire themselves was an interesting research idea. That one of the three selected patients went into remission. Right? So it extended our applications to think about PTSD, anxiety, addiction, Those types of applications that can extend this to other types of interventions around the world. Scott just had a conversation with an oncology surgery where they can utilize lower frequency ultrasound to open up the eye vessels to inject drugs into it. So various applications that are available to us, and they're all open for these types of applications to be used. And here's the thing, some of these are reusable, so thank goodness for that. This is not a device or a product. Think about Linux and what it is. The operating system is reusable. Not a single iPhone or Android phone manufacturer recreates the operating system. That is the platform. That's the platform of the product. The extensions on top of that, the applications that are sold, are the real value that those platforms bring. It could be the hardware itself or the applications. And at Open Water, what we're thinking about doing is that it is not the device or the product that we're selling, it's having a standard platform that everyone can utilize and build on top of it, right? So open source is an execution strategy. It's not a philosophy. And so our execution strategy is somewhat multifold, right? I don't know if I have this in this presentation. Our idea is that the platform itself is open source, is available and open through a license called AGPL. I don't know if anyone's familiar with licensing strategy. Okay, I'm gonna get some booze here in just a moment. So we believe that the core should be open to everyone and anyone, right? So any contributions that are made come back into the community. That is the base platform. That's the Linux model. Where we made our living in the Linux community was not the free software. We did not sell the software, right? That's free to everyone. Where we made our daily bread, where we made money, was on the services on top of that. It was selling, the service capabilities. An ATM couldn't be down for very long. So we would have service techs that would have 24/7 capabilities, and those customers would pay for that, right? They relied on us for validation, for service, and for capabilities. We also did professional services. We also did training. We did certifications, right? And so if you think of where we monetize the capability of that platform, it's above the hardware, it's above the software. And so everything is open source through this concept of AGPL. Now, where we want to commercialize and where we've felt the friction in the medical space are the extensions above that, the applications that are built. And so we've elected, and I'm about ready to see the booze, the permissive licenses of Apache, right? So we want to encourage the Canons, the Philips, the MedTechs of the world to utilize our platform, right? That underlying platform, and commercialize it on top of it, right? So these are the types of commercialization techniques and capabilities we want to extend to the ecosystem to broaden the capabilities. Now that doesn't mean that they can, right? They can restrict that it's proprietary. Oh, the other friction on AGPL was for the MedTechs and the Canons, for examples, if they built something, it was completely AGPL, they would have to contribute that back. So think about that when you're developing your own products and services, that AGPL is a copyleft. It is the utilitarian open source license. We love it. But it also has restrictions in commercialization, because then any IP that Canon, for example, would have built on top of that has to come back into the community. And that's the friction, that's the restriction that because they're commercializing, they have to make money as well. So separating that is a unique inversion in the way we are thinking about going to market. And it enables a broader ecosystem to do that. So there are 4 ways. I was going to go into the 4 different aspects of the different business models for for open source. And the one that I settled on was there are 4 ways to be open source. There's the business model, there's the complete open source. You don't care if you're making money at all, you want to just give back to the community. In our case, we're sort of in this founder model where we have a great idea, we want to promote that to the community, but at the same time, we want to make this into a business. And I talked about the various capabilities that we're going to do that by separating the licenses. So here's the other part that we're also envisioning. We talked about keeping the core open, right? So when we talk about the core, that is everything that's out there on GitHub today, everything that's promoted through our community hub. That is the hardware specs, that's the firmware, that's the PCB designs, that's the cable, that's the software, the applications. You take it out of the box, it works. That is open, free, available to anyone to come and build it if you want to yourself, right? So we're going to continue that model. On the edges, I've already talked about the extensions, the integrations, the protocols, the research. Now that's a little gray area, but anything that's built on top of that, those applications that would enhance a clinical protocol or a research, we want to encourage them to commercialize that and make money off of our platform. Right? And that's going to be a permissive license. The interesting part is this commons capability where we promote anything that we patent, right? And it's out there today. All of our patents are available for you to utilize. Strong copy left on the core. Trademarks are available, contributor governance to prevent enclosure, meaning that we don't want someone to take our core platform, some contract manufacturer, rebuild it and sell it against us. That's why we're using AGPL at the core. What we do to prevent that, and there's two methods here. One is through certifications where we'll also gain some revenue through the certification method, but we also encourage this open edge or the extension side for researchers and clinical protocols to contribute back to the community. So it's really important to understand for the ecosystem to understand what are clinicians actually doing with our platform, utilizing in certain capabilities or unique ways that can contribute to other capabilities outside of the United States or the Western world, right? I know I'm going all over the place here, but I failed to mention that utilizing the consumer-grade electronics also allows us to drive down the cost. Right now, we're in a volume restricted mode, right? We're probably building a few hundred, and so our costs are relatively high. But as we extend the platform to more and more people, we're able to drive down those costs, just like our phones were very expensive. Well, they're still very expensive, but we're able to drive, those costs down over time. And what that means is, there was an example that Scott mentioned with OpenMotion. A comparable device is, I'll probably get it wrong, but $100,000 or more versus $12,500 that's sitting on the table today. The ultrasound device is probably even more expensive than that, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars for some devices. Again, that device sits on our table for $10,000. And we want to continue to drive down those economics so we can expand the entire ecosystem around the world. And that's the important thing for us, is to expand the contributions as well as access and availability of these devices. The good news is you can come to our website. You don't need a device to contribute today. And this is what I found out at SUSE and Canonical was, hey, it's a little different, right? Because it is software, but there was hardware as well. But you don't need a device to make those contributions. You can come in and look at the issues that we've already found and fix them. You can change documentation. You can update Python code. There are easy paths for this ecosystem to contribute to this medical device. And again, expand the entire ecosystem in the process. So what I found was that, and this is true on the Linux side, but more importantly on the medical side, that people, they want to help. Most of them are just waiting to be asked, and they don't know where to come to do that. So I encourage you in your own developments, reach out to the community because they are willing and anxious to help in all the regards, right? We have great ideas, and a testament to everyone who stood up here and presented really unique capabilities. Applaud to everyone there. And I encourage you to reach out to me from a business perspective if you're interested, and we'll work together to build this community across the globe. So I had one slide on FDA. There's another pathway here. We are in the process of applying for a regulatory, both, well, in the US through the FDA, but CE to follow once that happens. It's another unique advantage for us in an open source, and it's unique, a new frontier for everybody. No one's done open source medical devices. We want to be the first ones reaching out to the FDA, and we currently have conversations with them around how do we make that framework available to everybody. So once we've gone through the hard parts of going through FDA, we'll create the structure and the framework for others to follow. Maybe in our footsteps, utilizing our capabilities, or on your own, utilizing this pathway through it. So I'm being pulled because I screwed up my slides. Thank you very much. And the way we're doing that is through this medical device commons capability or concern. Again, we have developers, researchers, and clinicians that are currently our pathway to market, and we're going to continue to expand this this ecosystem. Thank you so much, and apologize for my. My bad. Sorry.
You know, and it's easy to, long story short, thank you to Dan and Scott for manning this booth for both days. I'm sure that cut into prep time and all those other kind of things that us other speakers have taken advantage of. So again, thank you all for your time, for being here, and speaking with us. Just a quick. All right, I'm the next speaker, so I can take a little bit of time. All right, thank you all for your patience. I'm going to work through this really quickly and go through my slides. So thank you for being here again. And my presentation is on the pathway to the open source healthware ecosystem, or really my messy, difficult, expensive, confusing, lonely, imperfect, and on and on and on pathway to the open source healthware ecosystem. Now I'm sympathizing with the other speakers. All right. So my name is Avinash. I have a background in biomedical engineering, and I finished my PhD in mechanical engineering about 1.5 years ago. And during my graduate studies, I was a graduate fellow for NASA. We're developing spacesuits, exoskeletons, some soft robotic stuff, and control. But kind of weirdly enough, I've been working in open source for a long time without really even knowing it was open source. And I think that's a pretty common experience, especially for students. And so, yeah, you know, I got my start when I had a little bit longer hair, working on open source mobile robotics, and then I got into open source wearables, And most recently, I've been in the space of education and developing open source hardware and curriculum for the K through 12 and actually the K through 14 vocational space as well. And I've really enjoyed my time. This is coming to this end of my second year as a postdoctoral affiliate at OSHWA. The thing I'd like to spend maybe the most of my time on is talking about my mentor, Robert Reed, who is a member of the Open Healthware Certification Review Board. So some of y'all got a chance to talk to him and ask him questions on Wednesday. So when I was an undergrad, kind of in my almost getting into my second year of undergrad in biomedical engineering school at the University of Texas, I wasn't 100% sure what I really wanted to do with that degree. I just knew that there was a lot you could do. And so, I was looking for ways to get involved and learn what career pathways existed. I got involved with Engineers Without Borders, and I just came to a meeting just to see what was going on, what it was. And that's where I met Robert. Oh, you almost probably can't see him. He's right here. And Robert was, at that time, was the Texas, maybe even the Southeast lead for Engineers Without Borders. And, he really took me under his wing, and as he has done for many people, taught me about mechatronics, circuits, open source hardware, and led me to develop some basic hardware for Engineers Without Borders. And I asked him, how can I get involved with robotics or more advanced mechatronics? And he said, basically, come to my house and we'll just work on circuits and mechatronics and robotics. And so for almost like 2 years, we worked on just various projects. So here's a 3D printed simulacrum, or like a miniature version of this larger mobile robot. And it was just a great experience getting to work with him for those years. And so working with Dr. Reed, finishing my undergraduate studies, and asking him, what should I do now? We've been working on, and we published a paper on this as well during that time. And okay, what do we do now? What's my next step? And he said, you should get a PhD. And I said, I'd like to be able to pay my rent, and I'd like to be able to put some savings away. And he said, no, I got a PhD, and look how I turned out, and you should do it too. And he convinced me, and so I did. He wrote my rec letters, he recommended schools to me, and led me to, really convinced me to go and get my PhD, which I did. And coming at the tail end of my PhD, I kind of knocked on his inbox again. All right, Dr. Reed, I got my PhD. What do I do now? And he said, okay, well, postdoc, let's see. Oh, I know this lady, Alicia, over at the Open Hardware Association. She's looking for a postdoc. Maybe that'll be a good plug-in for you. So then I emailed Alicia and applied and interviewed and got the position. And so from my undergrad through grad school into my postdoc now, Dr. Reed has still really been a great mentor to me. And I think that's one piece I just want to talk about in terms of open hardware, open healthware, and all these different things is its ability to transfer information from between generations and also between sectors. So just the mentorship capacity of open hardware, just democratizing information makes it possible for people to learn things and skills from other people in ways that are not possible in proprietary systems. So I moved to Alabama to do my PhD, and I ended up staying there. And he drove from Texas to Alabama with all this stuff that's on my counter to give a seminar in my apartment to a couple of rural students. And there he is dancing at my wedding. I told him I was gonna show that picture at some point, so I got him finally. So now into some actual content. I want to ask if y'all can guess this place. Okay, it's a place where the life expectancy is about 70 years, which is comparable to Bangladesh or Cambodia, 10% less than the US average. We see 17 infant deaths per 1,000 births, which is 3 times the US average. Over 40% of households lack safe sewage systems, and 1 in 7 households have severe housing problems, things like lacking a full kitchen or functional plumbing or overcrowding or severely cost-burdened occupants. Any guesses where this is? Central Alabama. Okay, that's a pretty good guess, actually. Coincidentally, that's right. Even in the United States, we see evidence of severe low resource conditions. And this is something I directly observed and got to try and help through, Engineers Without Borders and other similar organizations during my PhD. So I got to see what some people call the evidence of the fourth world in the United States, in Alabama. And so that was part of my motivation for staying there. So I had a couple of opportunities after I finished my PhD. Oshawa provided me an opportunity to work remote, collecting perspectives and working with y'all to understand and image the open healthware community in a meaningful way and develop a certification around those outputs. I also had some opportunities. So I had a postdoc open up at Georgia Tech that I could have taken, but unfortunately NSF and NIH funding were frozen and all the kinds of problems were going on. So that didn't really pan out quite well. And then I had some other opportunities open up, but what I decided was to talk to Robert again and say, Dr. Reed, something I've noticed is essentially the evidence of the fourth world in Alabama, and we're developing open healthware and open hardware and all these interesting things to help many different folks, and it seems like we're not really seeing any of the advantages of open hardware here in Alabama. You know, there are so many persistent problems, but supply chain is not really one of them in the United States, and so why can't we solve persistent challenges of inequality, inaccessibility with open hardware? And he said, yeah, you probably could do that. So, you know, basically well, I'll talk about it in a second. So I decided, okay, what I'm going to do, Dr. Reed and other folks, is I'm going to build an open source living laboratory on 40 acres in rural Alabama. And so this is a site outside of city limits. You can almost kind of tell this little white cabin, that's where I live. Me and my 6-month pregnant wife, 3 cats, a dog, we make it work. And some quail that I'm raising, yes. And so I got together with some folks in Alabama and said, hey, can we build a really low-cost cabin? And they said, yeah, we can do that. Here's what we'll do. It has to be a tiny house because that's the only way you're going to get away with paying us less than nothing. But if you can build some of it, then you know we can get away with making it bigger than what the legal limit for a tiny house is, which is 400 square feet. But if you want to build onto it, then we can do that. So they left all this fun open space for me to build onto. And so I did that. I had it installed on my site, cleared some space with an excavator, built a nice little sunroom, which it gets very hot in the summer and very cold in the winter, but it's great. I started building a workshop, and so I started being able to equip that with engineering technology to start doing research and investigate interesting questions that I'll talk about. I started growing chickens, and I really love my chickens. A lot of them are dead now. Yeah, that's what I found out. You know, I was talking to some folks at the last Healthware Conference. I'm going to, you know, raise a population of animals to do like healthware studies. And what I didn't realize is when you're raising animals, they just tend to die a lot. So something to consider. And this is my neighbor's goats that I tend to because he's very elderly. So that's something else I noticed in rural communities, but also in agricultural communities, especially in the US, is their aging populations. A vast majority of farmland in the US and small farms are run by aging folks and are getting ready to transition to other hands, whether it be corporate hands or other farmers and so forth. And so the idea is, as we're developing this system of open hardware to support a living laboratory, maybe this can be a repeatable module that other folks can take and it can help sustain the small farm ecosystem in the United States. And most of my days look like this, loading up a sedan with concrete blocks and wooden beams and so forth, and just a fun time. So how is all this healthware? We're at a healthware conference. I'm talking about farming and stuff, and that's great. But what are we talking about? So all of this falls under the umbrella of a project I'm working on and started the Precision Agronomy Research Center, PARC, which is my name for the 40-acre space, and it's also a nonprofit. And so I, knocked on Dr. Reed's door again and said, what can we do in this space? I've noticed these problems in rural Alabama. I want to stay here and work on them. What can we do? And he suggested an idea that he had been working on since when we first met, which was kind of some OSI type things. Basically, can we solve the problem of distributed 3D printed microscopy and making that a viable path for diagnostics and imaging, especially in rural contexts? So together we developed an app called LibreQuarter. And so how LibreQuarter works is a web app. You can upload images from anywhere and you can tag them. And the back end basically does some AI model routing using apps like Open Router to identify the best models to analyze your images and provide you with medical diagnostics. I'm going to run low on time, so I'm going to push through some of this. Now, while I was working with Dr. Reed on this stuff, he won a contract with NASA to develop MCOG, medical ceramic oxygen generation. So basically using high power radio frequency amplifier to excite a ceramic disc, which will eject oxygen basically at medical grade. And what's really useful about this is where in applications where it'd be unreasonable to carry liquid oxygen, you can actually generate oxygen using lightweight, low density ceramics. And that's really helpful in rural contexts where supply chain for liquid oxygen is really, and medical oxygen is not very strong. So you could generate oxygen on site for medical applications. I'm working with folks at Open Insulin Foundation and Anthony to develop and build on the open source bioreactor. So y'all saw the kind of 10-gallon bucket looking thing with the heater on it. And so we're developing ideas about can we print fertilizers and other organic compounds on site where supply chain may be questionable, but also can we use such a platform for education in the K through 12 context? And then open source ecology, which Anthony also mentioned, I'm working with, and the Global Village Construction Set. We're actually exploring some ideas around, can we take this Global Village Construction Set and turn it into a community college where we're teaching welding, assembly, manufacturing technology, and folks can actually go out and get a job after studying on open source technology. And one of the things we're working on is adding a SparkFun, RTK, GPS, real-time kinematic to their Global Village Construction Set module. So basically making it autonomous. Now it's compatible with modern industrial workflows. I don't know what I said to get me so riled up there, but whatever. And these are some of the organizations we're working with. So NASA and American Oxygen, who I'm subcontracting under public invention for. Open Insulin. Across Alabama, we're developing a open source makerspace and tool library and tool exchange at Park, and open source ecology, like I mentioned. So the other big passion for me is bringing open source technology to the K through 12 world. We see really good applications for things like 3D printing. Basically, all the ways that you would build and assemble open source technology become the feature and not the bug or whatever. So this is really great. And I don't have a lot of time to talk about it, but it's something I do a lot. So the other thing I want to talk about in my messy, confusing journey in open hardware is y'all. So who really helped me out and started me in my open healthware journey. And so one of the things we asked you guys in virtual workshops was, what problems would open healthware solve? And I'm not going to go through them, but here's a list of problems that you all identified. So if you remember typing into Google Docs on virtual workshops or writing on Post-it notes and pasting them on the wall, I took pictures of all that. My group and I took pictures of all that stuff, typed it all up in a big Excel spreadsheet, and then compiled it in a single place. And I did some basic kind of frequency analysis of that stuff to generate this graph. So the problems and also the solutions that we could see to come out of open healthware. Something else we asked you all was, what are the goals and challenges of open healthware? And I've showed a couple versions of this graph before. You've probably recognized the format, but I've summarized it and condensed it quite a bit. What we saw was some of the problems that you all were mentioning and goals of open healthware, but the challenges we were facing: adhering to full source, connecting with target users, remaining reproducible, and making a global impact. These are the 4 things that our open healthware community identified. I've paraphrased them a bit in workshops and meetings that were the biggest goals of open healthware. And the biggest hurdles are silos, regulatory hurdles, and disparities. Okay, and so these again are kind of amalgamated terms that I could get into on a one-on-one conversation, but some of the things we noticed. So I was talking to Alicia about these results, and she was saying, I just wish there was a way to quantify the impact of open healthware. If only there was a central repository of all open healthware devices that we could look at and say, well, there's a lower cost alternative to an MRI machine, and so we can quantify the potential of open hardware to make an impact in MRI science. But there is, we're building it, so that's what we're doing. But her great idea, she came up to me and says, well, there kind of is a repository of open healthware, which is generic pharmaceuticals. These are kind of open source in a way, but these apply to not only drugs that are developed generically in the generic ecosystem, but also drugs that have come out of patent protection. And so what I did is I said, okay, you know, what I'll do is I'll analyze 5 drugs: albuterol, which is asthma medication; naloxone, right, for overdose, insulin products, epinephrine. And so I said, okay, let me look at these 5 drugs. And so these are 5, I've looked at a lot of drugs, but these are representative across the scope from highly open source. That's my brown dashed line. And not so open source. And so what we looked at is I pulled data from Medicaid, I pulled data from World Health Organization, I pulled data from US Health records and FDA records. And so what I identified is ANDA products, so that's generic drugs. ANDA products, so if it's high in the ANDA product category for a drug class, so for example, no one sells naloxone. They sell compounds that include naloxone and so on and so forth. So we call these drug families, the families that basically include drugs that these compounds are the primary component. And so we have open ecosystems, which are those drug families that have high ANDA product inclusion, so high number of generic drugs, and closed ecosystems, so those drugs that and drug families that have low open source or generic contribution. And you know, results are somewhat predictable. So insulin products are not very open source, and so we see high shortage performance, and we also see moderately high performance of recalls and you know, consumer reported adverse effects. High NADC, so that's national drug cost, and low Medicaid reimbursement and prescription. So it's an ecosystem that shows the adverse effects of not being open. And conversely, we see the positive effects of being open. So we can look at a drug like naloxone, Narcan, right? So this is Narcan. Narcan is a highly open source, right? Generic pharmaceutical ecosystem with low shortage records, low recall. And what we see is with distinct applicants, so this is the number of distinct participants, the number of manufacturers getting involved in producing an open source healthware product. So open source means more people make it, means it's less shortage, less failures and recalls, lower costs for the consumer, less need for Medicaid reimbursement, higher prescriptions, right? So Alicia's idea was really good. We could actually capture the effect of open source in healthware looking at the generic ecosystem. We could get into this later, but I also linked what y'all talked about in terms of goals and challenges in healthware. Adherence to full source, connecting with target users, remaining reproducible, and making a global impact. Again, just demonstrating the effect of openness in health and medical technology. One of the other projects I did at OSHWA was, I'm not going to say who these devices were because some of y'all are here, but I found your projects and I did an inventory or an audit of them to see how open source they are according to really my own definition, but an agreed upon definition using principles that we've talked about in the development of the certification because the certification didn't exist yet. So using kind of a prototype certification, I looked at things like intended use, target population, state of development, design thinking, bill of materials with manufacturing part numbers, validation, risk assessment, and the presence of an assembly manual, and was able to rank those and score them. And so these are the scores. Maybe you can't quite everybody see it, but a lot of people presented their intended use. Not a lot of people provided a valid risk assessment. And I think probably, well, I know for a fact that some of the folks I looked at, it was obvious that they didn't see a need for a risk assessment in producing their technology, which is a questionable strategy, but it's a strategy. Right? Yeah. So long story short, I wish I could give you 10 more slides of graphs on the function of open healthware and its value in the ecosystem, but we don't have the data for it because we don't have the certifications to look at. And so if we had a robust ecosystem, a robust database of certified open healthware, we could answer some important questions like what is the hidden cost of trusting technologies no one can inspect? Because we would have the cost of technologies no one can inspect and the cost of technologies that people can inspect, and we could compare them, right? We can ask how much medical technology scarcity is artificial. Are open medical technologies more resilient than proprietary ones? Does openness accelerate medical innovation at scale? how concentrated is the world's medical technology knowledge? We could answer more diverse and more important questions when we actually have the data that from y'all's certification. That's my selfish data scientist reason for asking y'all to certify. And by the way, we now have 7 certified open healthware devices and 2 in the pipeline. So we're nearing 10, which is what we proposed to the NSF to get. So we're really happy. So a round of applause for you all. We're very happy, very, very happy that y'all are doing that. There are 3 other things I want to talk about very briefly. And these are 3 best practices guides that I wrote that are on the website as well. Best practices for the source of open healthware design. So how to produce source that is complete and reliable. Best practices for contributing to open healthware devices. So the contributor's guide for open healthware. And best practices for replicating open healthware designs. And I could get into who these are for and other things, but these resources are on our website. So if anyone ever asks, how do I contribute? How do I make an open healthware device? Send them to our website. We've written some useful things about that. And so lastly, I really, from the bottom of my heart, want to thank all of y'all for coming and for making this such an informative, meaningful experience. And I want to thank my OSHWA colleagues, Eve, Heron, Sid, Lee, Alicia, and just all the folks that have helped and contributed to make our project successful. So thank you all very much. So I tried to be as brief as I can, and we're done now. So y'all pack up some food and get some rest, but then meet us at Open Water. I should have put the address on here, but we'll email it or text it out. And join us for a reception tonight at 7 p.m. at Open Water's location. 733 Front Street. Yes. All right, y'all. See you there. Thank you very much.